Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. Before we begin, since I am late, I will first check out all of the messages. My apologies for that. I had to get some stuff started in the laundry room, among other things. Grayson, thank you for the... Oh, I have to log back into Kick? Okay. No, I appreciate that offer, but no, I'm going to go ahead and decline that and hide it. Because that is a rather unfortunate scam that is being peddled. Kick really has to do something about that. That's getting quite tiresome to have to like swat away every 5 seconds. I don't see anything on the red app. Making sure to cycle through for live chat. Yeah, so greetings, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay, good sir. Mr. Jason says, expanding on the small discussion in DMs before you went live, you were also concerned about a really important statistic being missing. It is called Fine Dapper Gentleman. But that statistic has now been accounted for since I have seen you. Thanks. I appreciate that. Why don't we play the camera mini game and let me just button that up a little bit. And we can thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. If you guys like my work, Fine Dapper Gentleman. All good now, huh? What's the deal with this second sentence, Mr. Jason? Did I not acknowledge something, or were you trying to fix something in the sentence? I couldn't tell. In either case, though, these are the placards that I read at the start of each and every stream. It is the way the X is checking off that you've seen it's a check. Yep, okay. It's a checkbox made of 2 brackets. Makes sense. Thanks. Sorry, definitely dense. Did not wake up at the appropriate time this morning. Good stuff. Anyway, if you guys want your names on these placards, all you have to do is chuck some change at me. The purchase or maintenance of any subscription package, and or, well, not and, but or a $2 donation or more will be enough to get your names on these placards. It's the smallest way I have to thank people who like my work enough to, you know, chuck money at me. And I gotta be honest, I'm not sure I would chuck money at me. So, I thank you for, I thank anyone who does do that. Why don't we start by reading that off now? While I do not have any current Twitch subscribers, I would like to thank people who have subscribed in the past or have gifted subs for other people as well. Don't forget that if you guys have an Amazon Prime account, you have a Twitch Prime Gaming that you get to use for free once each month. So if you buy stuff through Amazon, wink wink, nudge nudge, that you could sub here. You get emotes for doing that at the very least, along with a handful of other benefits. But that's enough. That's enough gentle ribbing about the prime tiers. Thank you to Mr. Gordo Goku for their continued maintenance of their Valkyrie tier membership over on Patreon. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of that membership package, good sir. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued maintenance of their Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of the subscription package. And finally, while we do not have any one-off contributions this month, I would like to thank people who have made donations in the past. While this does not come with any bells or whistles or anything of the sort, it is one of the most direct ways to say thank you. So much appreciated. Thank you again to people who've done that in the past. Now, Mr. Jason says, for what it's worth, you kind of like these longer streams. So I think my goal moving, or like my modus operandi moving forward, will definitely be, if I'm doing a challenge run like this, you know, I'll probably try to go for 6 hours. If I'm doing like a regular Let's Play content where I can, you know, structure breaks more properly, then, you know, 4. We can get a lot done in 4 with most other games, but because what we're doing is something that is counter to like Let's Plays in general, like this is not something you make a Let's Play. Sorry, you can make a Let's Play out of the game or even the mod, but you can't really make a Let's Play out of a challenge run. You can't do that. They have antithetical practices to each other. I feel like more time is required for me to get what I want to get done more than anything. Mr. Jason says, earlier today, good sir, your talking flower just said, you ever feel like you're missing something? Yes, the peace and quiet. You should just take the batteries out and just, you know, windowsill that darn flower. More or less. Like, you keep talking about it. Are you going to actually do something about it? Or is it funny to point out that the flower is annoying? It could be all of the above, but at some point, I think Mr. Jason's going to get properly fed up and take the flower out of the potting soil and put it on the windowsill to soak in endless amounts of sun, never to be seen again, and for the colors to fade from, I guess this is like a part of a plushie, right? Or it's got like a plushie type design, so yeah, the colors would fade. Mr. Jason says you would windowsill it, but you don't want it to get sun damaged. I know. I moreover just mean to retire it so that you're not putting up with things that are annoying or that you personally find annoying. Life's too short for that. That wasn't a joke. I will remove that from the counter. You were just making a nice quip. I get what you were doing. I got it. Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm gonna need breakfast before streams. If I'm gonna start this early, I've got to have something to eat. I cannot function off of hello. Just read all this very carefully. Yeah, no, that is a ban. Well, why? Okay, Twitch, why are you... At least that's not visible. So what's the deal with this? Can people that are still, like, that can evade bans, can they still chat in here? That's interesting. Okay. Sorry. No, people in Twitch chat don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Yeah, some ban evader tried to send something in here, and it was marked accordingly. I just wish it wasn't on my screen, in my chat logs, but there's kind of nothing to do about that. Mr. Jason says the talking flower is a plastic figure. Oh man, it should have been a plushie. Why is it plastic? That doesn't feel right. I get it though. Don't need to do that. Yeah, that's absolutely hog wild. Anyway, last time we started going up through Western Liurnia, We wrapped up some stuff with the 4 belfries, including the I'm sorry, not the 4 belfries. We turned in the quest materials that we obtained from back here at the Chapel of Anticipation. Then we started moving up through this section of the belfries, including, you know, Testu's Rise. We did that. Then we spent basically almost the rest of the stream time, you know, up here in this section, with, like, various enemies and stuff. I'm trying to think what we need to do now. Actually, what we should do right now is go talk to Celavis and make sure that exchange has properly been started before moving forward. So let's do that. Because we got all the dialogue with Roger out of the way, and the rest of Fia's questline doesn't actually start until we hit Altus Plateau.
Sex.
Mr. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you, good sir. Thank you for using the sexy check-in. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, good sir. We've just started the run. It's good to see you. It's time for the Shiny Exchange. Sex for short. Oh my god, that's amazing. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, do you remember yesterday when you thought you were low on those Jacobs, good sir? You've checked today, and no, you were fine. You still have 14 packs. Although you could do with getting some more anyway." I mean, always prepare for an emergency, right? I think that's how that particular line goes. Yeah. You know, always prepare for an emergency. Or like, the apocalypse. You're prepared for the apocalypse. And yeah, I noticed the sex reference. Very funny. My goodness. My apologies for the lateness again, folks. Like I said, I'm doing the stupid nice deflect. Although it didn't really matter since I ended up taking some damage to the face twice anyway. Make that 3 times. Nope. Back all the way up. My goodness. Already off to a good start. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Shiny could open a chain of Shiny exchange stores. I feel like I should have counted the previous sex reference as a joke. So here, we're gonna count that now. Mr. Shiny says that if you say a good pun, you get 10% off. Indeed. Mr. Jason says, trade in your old tech for Shiny, new tech for less, with sex. But here's the kicker. They don't tell you what kind of tech it is. It's not computer tech. It's tech of a different kind. It's called techniques. Trade in your old techniques for new techniques with sex. Wait, what? Sorry, I felt like being slightly weird there. Let's move on. So we'll start with Celavis, and then we'll go.
Thanks.
That is so random. I'm not gonna lie. I need to make that sound effect slightly longer so it doesn't give me a jump scare, which is what just happened. The fact that it's so short means I really didn't know what to expect when I heard that. I don't want it to be the whole statement, however, and also in the process of like trying to shorten that down, I found that, how do I word this? It's really hard because of the way this,
Oh, a tree. Grant me suck.
all of the, just all of the best techniques. Absolutely all of the best techniques. What I have found with working on audio is that audio engineers should definitely be paid a lot more. Thank you for the redemptions, by the way, Mr. Shiny. Is that if you really don't know what you're doing, you're going to be able to do that. You're going to be able to tell right quick, because you're not going to be able to extract vocals from something accordingly. And that whole like 20-second clip with, you know, the computer exchange company or the computer exchange or whatever it is, I could not for the life of me figure out how to isolate just the words because of how bombastic the audio is. There was just no way to separate it, at least for me. Maybe I could look at like the waveform and try to get something better separated, but oh, I need to go back and get this rune piece in the scouting file. My goodness. I didn't even think this was here. Yeah, that's an easy rune piece actually, now that I'm looking at it. Okay. Cool. But yeah, I do want a better sound effect than that, but the issue is just I'm having difficulty isolating the sounds at the moment. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Shiny says, I'm sorry, I'm missing stuff today. Mr. Shiny says, not paying in nature. Too true. Mr. Shiny says, then goes on to say, one way to receive a discount is to, yes, which is what that redeem was for. Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Coin, the jump scare sounds are the best. It was so short. The jump scares are usually like 4 seconds long. It's like a what? Wait, what was that? Oh, it was that sound. They are the best when executed properly. Mr. Shiny says, no worries. You're making sure that the stream is 18 plus enough. Too true. Hey, parents, if you are watching streams with your children, please make sure they are child-friendly streams, because I promise you most of them are not. Most of them are not. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot you could do this. It's hilarious. I will take a free memory stone, which is just fantastic. Yeah, I forgot about that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason wanted another Hori 24 card case for Nintendo Switch, and you looked. Hori 24 case, and there were listings that were more than the $8.99 retail price. $8.99 pound retail price. So after scrolling a few pages, Mr. Jason was finally successful in finding one for £8.83, which is just under. And of course, Mr. Jason did not find it initially, as it was listed under Nintendo official Switch game case holder. So Mr. Jason has purchased it now. Ah, so we're getting thrifty, are we? That's cool.
Well, you took me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze. I suppose you're here now. Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion. Even you can do that much, can't you? Good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question.
Very well, Mr. Jason. Take your time.
Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. expect glad tidings, and soon.
So I've been assigned a task of drugging a woman with a potion, so that so that we're serving the Dark Lady. Mr. Shiny says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, do you know how many adult jokes on average does the standard age-restricted stream have? You'd say it's 18 plus." Too true, Mr. Shiny. Too true. And we're almost at that count, too. We're almost at that count, too.
I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your task's completion. Are we understood? Then off you trot. I have enough on my plate. I've no time for idle chit-chat.
Yeah, so he's like, hey, can you go drug a woman for me? For undisclosed reasons? Cool, thanks. Okay, this is how you serve the Dark Lady. Bye. That's basically what Celivis just did. I am not drugging a random woman with a strange potion if my life depended on it. Mr. Shiny says, go on. Spike her mead. I think I would rather spike Celivis's head into a pike, but that's me. I think that might have been a little bit too far forward. First off, before I forget.
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? You provincials never cease to amaze.
And then
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
Look, I may despise the character, but I do, in fact, appreciate the work that the voice actor did into making him absolutely detestable. The voice lines are perfect. The voice actor is very practiced, from what I understand. Small flask received from Preceptor Celivis containing a cloudy tonic of bluish black. Find Nepheli and ensure she drinks it. Yeah, this looks like I'm spiking her beverages. And I would like to remind you that she just got finished, basically being, like, cast out by Gideon Ofnir. And then we gave her, the Stormhawk King ashes. We did that. No way in hell am I drugging her, number one. Number two, in a more serious, like, technical term, if you drug her with that potion, which is what you're doing, she will not, become the ruler of Limgrave. She will not do this. Which she can be here later. You will not get the ancient slab if you, or the, like the ancient smithing slab if you do this. So don't do that. Instead, there's a different, more detestable individual we can give this potion to. But it does require that we wait a long time to do that. Oh my god, so many scam artists today. We do not add random people on Discord's Hypewave 1. Thank you very much for the offer. However, we are going to time them out. You can come back in 10 minutes if you're a real person. And please issue a prompt apology for any of the Discord scamming that you're doing. If you're an otherwise fake person, well, then have a nice day. Wow, are the early afternoon bits just like random scam hour? Man, I was dodging scam artists before. Now I'm getting them all the time. Or what appears to be all the time. Is this something that everyone else deals with when they're on live streams at this hour? I don't watch too many live streams this, in this day and age, so I'd love to know if, that's the case. Still, yeah, dead internet theory. Kind of a shame that we're at this point in history, but it is what it is. Okay, so if people are like, what the heck am I trying to do here? First off, we're collecting stuff. Oh, there's a rune piece down there. Mr. Shiny says you don't watch nearly enough live streams to notice. Fair enough. That's totally valid. I appreciate the answer to the question, however. Okay, so we can in fact do this. I'm curious to see what happens if we... Hello. Oh, look, more of the puppets. And an albinoric sorcerer that's not attacking us. Gee, I wonder if this guy is maybe perhaps working for a certain individual we've already met within the first 5 minutes. I guess we're gonna find that out, aren't we, my lovely senators and inductees? Yeah, we can talk to him. Okay, this dude is kind of quiet, so I'm gonna be quiet for a minute.
Oh, you? Sorry, Your Worship. I apologize for any offense given. I am Pidia, servant to the Carrion royal family. I am charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls.
Pidia. Pidia. It's Pidia. I can't. Pidia. It's, what kind of a name is this? I always forget this is how he says the name, by the way.
Your Worship, allow me to be of use. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pidia a little something by way of compensation?
I would, but I'm all out of Pidia to give.
Sure, Jan.
I'm sorry, it had to be said. It had to be said one time. It had to be said one time. Mr. Jason says, including the tickets for the Super Mario Galaxy movie that have been booked already, and then the bus tickets, snacks, and drinks, and hopefully 2 Yoshi popcorn buckets, you would have spent almost 200 pounds. That had better be the most wild movie experience ever. No offense. I would have to be paid like triple the amount to spend that much on like a movie ticket. On like a movie experience. Simple, badly weathered map. I do want to see what this is, but for now, I think we just buy the ritual pot, the map, and I believe that'll be it.
A fine day to your worship. Please choose whatever you like.
Okay, Dolly Botherer. Mr. Jason says it is good, sir. It is based in the Super Mario Galaxy, but has elements of Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Odyssey, and Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I mean, yeah, I don't doubt that experience, good sir. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, you know, 200 pounds for a total experience is a lot. That's like 315 like dollars, roughly. It's like that just feels very expensive. But the important part, I can comment on the expense while also turning around and saying, you know, if you get worth out of it, you know, that's the part that matters. What's that, Mr. Jason? What did you forget? What I am doing, by the way, is I'm assessing where I would like to fall down. And I think we're going to do that here. I'm surprised I didn't take fall damage from that. Okay, good, good. Oh, that kind of explains this whole bit up here. Okay. Mr. Jason says, your two $59.99 Nintendo The Super Mario Galaxy Movie Hatch and Yoshi interactive toy eggs were not included above. Oh, so the toys are part of the experience as well. Okay. So that makes it closer to the 200 pounds now. Yeah, I would say so. Like I said, the important part is that you were happy with the entire curated, you know, experience that you're providing yourself. That's the important part, because otherwise, I feel like I feel like I'm whipping a dead horse by talking about the price. I feel like I can do that only, but maybe once or twice, and then it starts to get kind of old. It's like yesterday's news. Oh yeah, just. Wow. Yeah, I was wondering about this crab. Good to know that this is how you get to it. I wonder what it's guarding to kind of make this all worthwhile. I see an item down there. A key. I thought maybe this would have been an imbued stone sword key or something, but it's not. And you do. Oh my goodness! I need to figure out how I'm doing this. It's like if I can get the precise angle, I can like deal damage to this thing, but. Maybe something like this. The thing about Blood Boon is you can't aim it very well. You kind of have to like do different things. Yeah, okay. I found the weak point for massive damage. Game, why am I asleep? Sorry, let me catch up on chat here. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in Bumble Bubs' stream, when she plays Animal Crossing New Horizons, there's a character named Pearl, who is a snooty cat villager that most of the chat are not fond of. So he made a command ban Pearl that says, user has submitted a vote to Her Majesty Queen Bumblebubs to ban Pearl. Pearl has been voted to be banned count times. Good riddance. Nice. Okay, maybe like this. I want to like clip it. Maybe. Why am I asleep here? Why is there sleep mist here? That's weird. Mr. Jason says next week will once again be Mango Misu stream week. Nice, nice. Okay, so here's an important question that I feel I need to ask myself. That we need to ask. Was this crab responsible for the enchanted snare? Let me step out some distance so we can, like... It is possible that the enchanted snare only works for other intruders, but... Then again, it was coming... Hold on. Oh, it was coming from up there. I wonder if Pidia was the one that arranged it. Mr. Jason says, don't annoy those creatures, good sir. They tend to get quite crabby. Too true, good sir. Too true. Well, we're going to go back to the Royal Moon Gazing Grounds. We're going to collect that other rune piece that we saw on the roof earlier. And then we're going to deal with the split. Also, let us do this, because that's where we are. Mr. Jason says you're having a heart attack on a plate on Saturday, good sir. Oh, is it a English no. Although I have heard that, like, an English breakfast, much like an American one, can be considered a heart attack on a plate. What is the heart attack on a plate? Is it the breakfast or is it some other item? Sometimes, like, the super stacked American burgers, I would just definitely describe those as heart attacks on a plate. Onion rings, cheese sauce. Mr. Jason says the full English breakfast, as it is all fried stuff. Yeah, I don't get me wrong. I don't mind fried food or anything. Some fried food. Other fried food, like, ugh, miss me with that. Mr. Jason says especially the fried bread. Yeah, it's like, not everything is better deep fried, folks. Or even regular fried. Some things are better baked or grilled or just cooked properly. Mr. Shiny says, Mr. Shiny has secured 2 milkshakes with limited edition flavors. One being white chocolate with almonds, and the other roasted almond. What could tell you feel quite nutty today? Those milkshakes do sound delicious, though. Absolutely. Is that in fact, are those in fact actual milkshakes that you're having, good sir? Just out of curiosity. And nothing further than that. White chocolate with pistachios. I can tell you had almond on the brain, though. It's all right. Almond's a fine enough nut, I suppose. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason loves an Oreo milkshake. Yeah, Oreo milkshake sounds all right. I don't mind Oreo cookies all that much. Trying to think of what, Coin's favorite flavor of shake might be, in that realm of shake. Give me like a chocolate orange milkshake or something. Or, if you could make a blood orange milkshake, that would be my favorite. Mr. Shiny says more like flavored milk you can shake and drink. I mean, hey, yeah, yes. That puts the literal meaning of milkshake in shaking your milk, huh?
Sure, Jan.
Sorry, I had to. The opportunity was too good. Yes, that is literally shaking milk. How much more of a milkshake do you want than that? Oh, you guys are the best. And I mean that in complete sincerity. I do mean that. We're really milking this topic. Says Mr. Shiny. Yes. Yes, we are. Oh yeah, and you can just drop down here. All right, well, we're actually done with this place now, at least in terms of, like... I guess we could buy the larval tier. That is something we could go see Padilla for, but... I gotta be honest, I quite never want to hear that again. Or hear of him again. So what we're going to do now is we're going to return to the Gate Town Bridge, and we are going to turn in the Shabriri grape that we got when we fought Edgar the Revenger. And then we're going to go get the map for Northern Liurnia. We're getting a lot of dialogue done today. I quite like this. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason loves cake, but your 2 favorite ones are coffee and walnut cake and banoffee pie. Understandable. Yeah, I think you mentioned the banoffee pie a couple of days before. I'm more of a tiramisu person, I have to say. Yeah, what is everyone's favorite, like just guilty pleasure, or otherwise, like, sweet dessert? I am a huge devil's food cake fan as well. I'm a huge chocoholic. I like chocolate quite a bit. But give me devil's food cake or devil's cheesecake, and I'm a happy person. Mr. Shiny says you keep things simple. You enjoy brownies, cheesecakes, and apple pies. A cheesecake's one of my favorites too. I quite enjoy it. It's the texture and the flavor. I like both. Smooth cheesecakes are the best. But I've had cheesecakes that approach more cake than cheese, and I've had cheesecakes that have approached more cheese than cake, and I generally like them. They're pretty good. I'm gonna be quiet for just a second, however.
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes. Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. That aside, I wonder what Shabriri grapes really are. Delectably tender and sweet, yet searing. What a sight they must be to behold.
Did you hear that, my lovely senators? Desiccated eyeballs are delectably sweet and tender, yet searing. Oh, dude, let's shatter this poor girl's worldview on what she's actually been eating the whole time. She did not know that it was eyeballs that she was eating. Mr. Jason says, most cheesecakes are great, but there are some that are even Gouda. Mr. Jason says, more Shabriri grapes? Yes, more Shabriri grapes. They're human eyes, my dear. I was gonna go into a ditty, but I don't think I will. At least yet.
No. That's not possible. Not all of those people. Their own. So those noises I heard were... Sorry. I'm alright now. Don't mind me.
Are you alright?
I apologize. You only did as I asked. I'll be fine. Think no more of it. I apologize. You only did as I asked. I'll be fine. Think no more of it.
Oh, we're gonna think more of it. Hold on. In fairness, I would probably puke if I knew I was eating eyeballs.
I apologize. I'll be fine.
That's great. Yes, great big globs of greasy, grimy gopher guts, mutilated monkey meat, dirty birdie feet, French fried eyeballs dipped in carrot seeds, and me without a spoon. Is how that whole little ditty is supposed to go, I think, if I remember right. French fried eyeballs, everybody. And to think, this game has shares a common trope with the Legend of Zelda franchise. Eyeballs. Everyone's delectable favorite snack. You can deal them. They're weak points that you can deal massive damage, and you can cook them as though they were eyeball tatar. Isn't that great? Mr. Shiny says that was an eye-opening discovery for her, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
Is you. The reason why it was eyes I had to eat. The distant light is far and frail. So faint it can't be seen by the naked eye. But with everyone's eyes together, it appears. Finally, it all makes sense. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden. I've gleaned something very important indeed, thanks to you. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden.
And then, you know, rather than stopping the experience because she rightfully had eyeball, she's like, oh yeah, you know what? I understand why I had to do that now. I'm gonna be a finger maiden, everybody. Isn't Elden Ring just great? This is base Elden Ring, by the way. The Reforged does not touch quests or give voices to NPCs or anything of the sort. That is just base game, like, lore. George R.R. Martin he was appalled at some of the things that were included in Elden Ring. And the man, this is the same man, by the way, that wrote a scene where a man's skull gets pressed in, you know, until it, like, I don't know, does something that makes me retch every time I look at it. If you guys watch Game of Thrones, you'll know which scene I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure the dude in there, the dude who gets his eyes pressed in is acted by Pedro Pascal. I'm pretty sure that's the guy I'm thinking of. It is absolutely wild that that scene was allowed to, like, you know, exist. It's super graphic. It's that whole scene, by the way, and it was the reason, or continues to be the reason, I will never get involved in Game of Thrones ever. That one scene, that's all it took. I don't care about the political intrigues of Westeros. I don't care about the songs of Fire and Ice. None of it. None of it beats watching. None of it will top that the pure disgust of seeing that scene once. Beautiful. All right. Are we gonna have another guy come down or what? Mr. Shiny says, oh, ow, that's nasty. You can tell the victim felt very oppressed. Indeed. Yeah, he got his skull pressed in. I just... Here's a question I can ask since we're talking about graphic stuff. Oh, also, our Scion is, like, over there, so we gotta get the map first. Graphic content in movies or, like, games. Like, Mortal Kombat would be an example of this. How do you guys generally feel about it? I am of the mindset that miss me with that. I don't need it. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Okay, I don't think the shilling actually starts until a little bit later. Mr. Shiny says, as long as it looks unrealistic, you're fine with it. Fair. Me personally, if it's weird, right? Yeah, it's like I can go through Dead Space fine. Like that's a game I've played, specifically Dead Space 3. I can handle that okay, but miss me with Resident Evil or Mortal Kombat. Like, for whatever reason, even though Mortal Kombat is over the top, it still kind of falls into the same, if it's too, If it's too realistic, I'm gonna be grossed out. I can't handle it. But if it's like clearly alien, then I'm kind of okay with it. It's more, I'm still grossed out, but it's like the gross rather than, you know, like what we heard a moment ago with learning about eating eyeballs, that kind of thing. We do take commercial breaks around here on the channel. At the top of each and every hour, we do take one, so that in about 3.5 minutes from now, we will be taking such a break. There will be a timer just to the left of my webcam. When that happens, it'll read for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I will be getting up, stretching my legs, maybe making myself a cup of coffee, doing some other things. I highly encourage you guys to do the same thing, or similar things. It'll make your time pass by faster. But please do spend your time in whatever way you wish. I'm in charge of no one. That said, you know, once, you know, those 3 minutes are up, and regardless of how people have chosen to spend their time, you know, I will return from my desk at the end of that break, and we can pick up right where we left off. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Quinn, you'll BRB, good sir. Very well. You're going to the shop to get some ice cream and Oreo biscuits for a wonderful Oreo milkshake. That sounds awesome. I hope that experience goes smoothly for you and you get exactly what you want. And we're gonna just continuing on, I suppose. Mr. Shiny says, back in your day, you enjoyed Hellsing anime, and I'm guessing that was that had all kinds of gore in it. Yeah. I'll juxtapose myself with a person that absolutely has zero problem with gore, and that's my own mom. My own mom watches Bleach and does not give 2 iotas, or like Princess Mononoke or Berserk or other things, and that has all kinds of gore in it. And she doesn't bat an eyebrow at all. I don't know how she does it, honestly. Yay! We know where a way better non-discount Hogwarts is. This is Hogwarts. This is a better non-Hogwarts right here. Mr. Jason says, that sounds awesome. Sounds like what I think when you confirm a stream, good sir. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. I'm going to quickly just collect the golden seed, which I know is right out over here, and then we're going to try to find this. I kind of know where the Scion is, but I do definitely still need some, I need to like refine my visual memory on where I'm going to find this one, find this particular monster. Huh. Yeah, there's like a, oh, is it like over, yeah, it's like a lot closer to the finger reader, I think, if I remember right. We're gonna follow the road. Yeah, my mom has zero problems, you know, watching Berserk or stuff like that. It's not that she doesn't find it gross, I suppose. It's more like it just doesn't bother her. Weird things to think about. I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I had to clean up. Well, no. It's not only that. It's the... I was doing laundry, right? I was putting some laundry in, and someone did not move the laundry out of the dryer. That's fine. I forget stuff like that too, but what I didn't realize is that I guess they forgot to clean up the lint tray that for you know, a clothes drying machine like has, and that caused me to have to unload or to empty the dryer with their laundry in it, find a chair, put it in the chair. Then I had to move 2 loads of laundry over to the corresponding dryer and, you know, like washing machine. And then I had to clean up a spill on top of that. Fun. I apologize for the length of time that I was gone. I don't make a habit of being gone for breaks that long. Normally, this was on top of getting coffee. The coffee took me 90 seconds because I was already prepared today. It was the laundry, which I expected to take like about another 90 seconds to move everything over. Yeah, that ended up taking like 430 or 50 seconds. Something like that. Sorry, tip of my nose is like right on the outside of where my nostril is quite itchy today. Okay, we have found our golden seed. And now that I know that, I will refer back to my notes here. Rose Church, which is here. And the Boiled Prawn Shack, which is here. We're going to go to the Boiled Prawn Shack. After we have turned around and have gone through these little, like, round structures here are gazebos. I don't know if people knew that, but they're gazebos. That means, they're little, kind of like raised buildings that that have benches in them. You can kind of, like, just sit on the benches. Nice. Alright, frog face. Let's get out of here. Yeah, like I said, I do apologize for that. I don't make a habit of doing that. I try not to make a habit of doing that. Sometimes, you know, because I live in a house with other people, that can't be helped, right? But I really do try my best not to... at most, I try to be no more than a minute late. Or 1 to 2 minutes late, depending on what the heck else is happening. Yeah, this gazebo was easy. Okay. Let's get into position, the pole position. One more time for the masses. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. I trust your trip went smoothly. Good sir. Okay, there wasn't a rune piece, but I am glad we went and got that stuff. With an Oreo milkshake, delicious. I am back with some coffee. Which is, you know, not quite as delicious as the milkshake, but... decaffeinated Java juice is good, is what I will say to that. An Oreo milkshake with a coffee sounds even better. Or I guess a tea with milk. I guess those are around like just the something cold with something hot, that kind of thing. But getting to the question that I had asked before break, because my rule of thumb with my audience is I never ask questions that I do not that I don't ask my audience questions that I wouldn't answer. So like I was saying with Mr. Shiny, in general, the rule of thumb with gore in games and stuff is that if it's realistic, you know, I really kind of don't want. You gonna do it twice? No, okay, good. I am getting hella tired of this dragonfly ramming me, though. Thank you. There are rune pieces in this general direction on our way to where where the grafted scion is. That's why we're doing this. But yeah, gore in games, I'm just, if it's too realistic, it's a hard pass. I can't. Like, especially disembowelment. I think that's probably, I literally cannot deal with that. It's not blood. I can handle blood, but actual, like, innards being exposed, I dealt with that in anatomy labs, right? Like, I was a science major. You know, I had to take A and P. Yeah, I had to cut stuff open. That's about the only time where I want to be seeing insides, because then it's like, at least there, right? You know, I'm learning something. Even if what I'm coming away with is, oh, I never want to cut the inside of something ever again, I'm at least learning something. Mr. Jason says, it's similar to how you discovered me on Twitch. You found the finest ice cream. Carts d'Or Madagascan. I assume that's Madagascan. That's not supposed to be G, like in MAGA. Vanilla. One of the UK's topmost brands. Sure. I gotta get my phone. 1 second. Before I forget, it's not in the room with me. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. Madagascan vanilla. You found my deliberate mistake. Because Madagascan would be super discount Temu value. Yes, and then you wouldn't even get the vanilla. You wouldn't even get the vanilla. That would be the real lack of value in an object like that. Oh well. Really, fam? Rainbow stones? Is that what we're up here for? Now, I know it's more out this way. And we are going to pay a visit by that gazebo, but not before finding the correct enemy that I'm supposed to find. That's gotta happen first. I'm more of a chocolate ice cream person myself. Or give me like an orange, like an orange ice cream would be fantastic, or maybe lemon. Mr. Jason says, BRB again, good sir. You'll be between me and Bubblebubs. No worries. Take your time. Do what you gotta do, good sir. But before you go, good sir. Oh. Just, quickly get back over here. Perfect. Kind of keeping my eyes peeled, looking for rune pieces among other things. It's either going to be at the gazebo or like in one of these other sections. Mr. Jason says, as Mr. Jason's dad has noticed and told you that you do, Mr. Jason picked up the Carte d'Or Madagascar vanilla ice cream without looking at the price sticker. Yeah, I'm kind of worried that we have hit double-digit prices on ice cream. Go ahead. I can only imagine $4.50 pounds. Or I'm sorry, £4.50. My goodness, coin, please never combine the US and UK currencies like that ever again. Pure travesty is what just occurred. That's actually not bad. Yeah, that's about what you would expect a tub of ice cream to be. That's actually kind of like, see, that's like, what, about $7? Yeah, that's like, if you bought it from like a name brand, you know, about 10 years ago. Mr. Jason says, but good things happen when you combine the UK and US, good sir. You're UK and I'm in the US. Imagine that. Too true. Too true. But I don't think that extends to currencies, though, good sir. I do believe those have to remain separate. If we're not going to move to a credit chit, then we got to remain separate. And I said chit as in C-H-I-T, in case anyone was even thinking about calling out a curse word. No such thing has occurred. That I promise. Okay, yes, here it is. Right there. But I do want what is in this gazebo first, so we are going to do that. No, I got 2 of them. Hold on. Better. Mr. Jason says, yeah, that's fine. With the Euro, Brits were given a vote on moving to that many years ago, and then collectively told the EU to stick its Euro where the sun don't shine. Yeah, now though I'm beginning to think that maybe the credit chit should have just been a thing in the first place. Wow, Kumabot Defender is putting in some work today. I wish we could say good bot, but Sari will try taking credit for that. Ha! Get snubbed by a tree stump. Thank you. What was that whole deal there, Mr. Crayfish? BRB, very well, Mr. Jason. Take your time. Yeah, we're dealing with some intense parts of the split now. What with these creatures and all. I want to be extra careful. Let's drink now to avoid complications. No, you're not retreating. Okay, cool. Well, that'll be the annoying parts of that all kind of taken care of. Wow, what is with all the There's so many bots. Is that why people are not streaming at these, like, early morning times? Is because they know that's when the scammers are out? Is like in the early morning? My God. Or late morning, excuse me. Not early morning. My sense of time must be screwed up quite apparently. Okay, so this here ought to be the grafted scion, which I will pull right now. This has to be... Oh, right, you have to kill it, and then it becomes a grafted scion. I know, yeah, I was about to say, I know that's not it. Dead. Yay. For mistakes being made. Maybe now that we can approach it from the other side and not accidentally pull it, though. And we've got a good indicator of where it is. Wow, if you're just gonna sit there and take it, by all means. Bye. Okay. Now we can go over here to the Rose, I think it's the Cathedral of the Rose or Chapel of the Rose. I'm sorry, I can literally look it up. Rose Church. Rose Church. Okay. Yeah, which that would be over here. Let's nope, that is literally the opposite direction. Gonna try to angle to see. Yeah, Blood Moon is great. You can hit like a lot of different different kinds of enemies in like a single sitting, as long as you're paying attention to kind of where your Blood Moon angles are going. You can also pull a lot of unintended enemies this way though, so that is something I would maybe keep an eye out for. Sometimes it's better to use single target attacks as opposed to like area attacks. There are reasons not to AoE spam. Something that I have had to learn from personal experience. In many an MMO raid, AoE sometimes is not good. Gonna stagger lock you. I think there's a giant beetle out this way, if I recall correctly. I think it's one of the ones we want to get before engaging. No, we could do it after. We could do it after the split. Let's do the split first. But I guess before doing that... Oh, hello, Vare. I have your weapon. Nice to see you.
Ah, there you are. You claimed a great rune and had your audience with the two fingers at the round table home. What was your impression?
They didn't seem right.
Aha, your intuition serves you well. My doubts had been piling up, you see. The words of the two fingers cannot be trusted. Truly, naught but rambling, senile delusions. I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind. That's the part that irks the most. Oh, I have a gift for you. Something fit only for the wise. A means for circumventing the draw of the two fingers. Give it a try, won't you? And if it please you, may we meet again. I've high hopes for you, my lambkin.
Okay, that's vanilla text, so we don't need to read this.
Be sure to try that finger I gave you. There's no reason to dither. The tarnished were spurned by grace, forsaken by the two fingers. And now they ask you to mend their crumbling world? Your loyalties are misplaced with them. Be sure to try that finger I gave you. I'm quite certain that you'll take to it.
Okay. Now, we're going... Cursed Blood Pot. Oh, yeah, we do want these. I did not mean to do that. Yep, that's bad. Yep. Really bad. Keep this pillar between me and him. Bye. I will grab the arcane, not crystal tier. We are not going to use it, but I mean, it is nice to have it if we do want to use it. Just gonna check right quick for rune piece. I think there's one. Ah, this is it right here. Just gonna go ahead and pop one. Really? Yeah, I always forget that I kind of have to watch out for that. We do need that codex entry, so I'm gonna go back and try to get it. Every codex entry helps in getting 100%. And that would be what, I guess. What, maybe... Yeah, I guess the fallen ruins on the lake. I guess that has to be it. Sure. Alright, let's see if we can't find this. I'm pretty sure it was, like, out this direction. It'll be available from some vantage point. We should be able to spot that one sooner rather than later. Right over here. Nice. Careful. There we go. Wait. Just wait for him to do the thing. Alright, and now because I'm too slow... Yep, they blocked my view. I have to kill more of them. I have to patrol the front and the back where these things are. How am I gonna get that one? I think I remember last time having to like chase it down. And I'm still not sure I could get it if I do that. I don't need to kill every Albinoric, just the ones around the thing I'm trying to get. Which should be these two here and the three on the other side. Yeah, I would say there's at least 3 or 4 I probably need to go and get. Nice. See, I pressed R1. It's the casting with a weapon catalyst is really buggy technology. Since you could never have this in vanilla, like there are no dual catalysts if I remember right. I gotta mind that one and wait for him to like pat back or something. Yeah, okay. At least he does pat back. Okay, I know how I'm doing it. I have to get really good at perfect inputs. Gotcha. Okay, now we can make our way up here, which is where the next split is, but not before first visiting that gazebo. I'm picking up, I want to say there's a smithing stone in there. And then we keep going. Oh yeah, there's also the temple quarter. There's something in here that we could get. And that'll only require like immense amounts of careful planning. Yeah, there's a round table ambassador here now that's guarding an item that as soon as we go to pick it up, there will be more Albinorics like cropping up out of the woodwork. Nice. Oh, is that another rest site? I think that is. Oh no, that's the temple quarter. Yeah, that is the temple quarter rest site. Never mind. But I think there are probably 4 rune pieces we could get here. Dang, that is not quite close enough. Probably here though is fine. Oh, and sometimes it'll also randomly start raining here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, my commentary is garbage today, and I'm struggling to understand why. This is kind of what happens when you challenge run. Is you tend to go into the mode where if people aren't responding to you, then you're going to... and that's not a call for people to respond, by the way. I'm simply just stating an observation. Is that my mind generally wants to be locked in and focused, and you can't really do that when you're streaming. You gotta talk. So I do hope folks are at least enjoying the gameplay today, because I know that my commentary sometimes in areas like this is sort of garbage, or it is garbage. And of course the way to fix it is to probably not do stuff like this. I'm not sure yet how, now that I'm thinking on it, and I'm kind of like having to like, all right, get on with your bad self. I'm trying to figure out how I want to say this. It's like, there's a rune piece right there. Speaking of, is how on earth, what do you commentate about? I guess I could talk about like my overall thoughts on, this type of run as we're doing it, and that is to say, while I generally like what I'm doing, I do generally like what I'm doing, but I would say my biggest hurdle so far in getting used to how things are operating on the run is get out of that, dude. I don't know why I continue to charge in like that. That's kind of really stupid. Wait for that to... Yep, I thought that would probably be what happened. Sometimes they like to follow up with a moving version of that. With the run, right? Or when I say this is a run, I gotta stop that. I guess here's something else that I'll comment on after I finish my first thought. Wow, Coin, did you really just hear yourself? Finish the current thought you're trying to spit out first, or tack on the addendum. One or the other. My brain wants to get the addendum out of the way, so here it is. Why use the word run? I get why, but it's the... People get confused by parlance like that. Routing. No one knows what routing means in this context. Unless you're like already part of the community. If you're already part of the community, you know what I say when I say we're doing routing. But if I say scouting, people know. More people will know what I'm talking about, which is what this is. This is a scouting run. It is not a real run. It is not a real attempt at anything. It is the, see how the game is laid out and figure out how to optimize the game. And in this case, how is the mod laid out now compared to how I saw it, 3-4 years ago. 3-4 years ago, as opposed to now. Welcome on in, Mr. Shadyo. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. You've come in the middle of a rather awkward routing segment is what's happening, where I've got like a long way to go before I actually accomplish the object of the split. How are things in... No worries. Mr. Shadyo says, beautiful flowers. Didn't know Mr. Coin was such a romantic gentleman. I am a hopeless romantic. I do like that type of thing. The courtship. I find courtship beautiful. But I imagine that was in response to, like, seeing a blood rose or rose of some kind on the screen, or you know, being surrounded by flowers in general. This game has lots of pretty flowers. I will give you that. Elden Ring has beautiful sprite work. Icons and so on. But yeah, you've come in on a... I did not mean to do this. That's what happens when I forget to check which spell I've got saved up. Oh well. Oh, you're talking about the bouquet. Yes. Yes, good sir. It is a bouquet of flowers. I'm glad you noticed. I think people are going to be commenting on that for a while. Here, I'll show you the item. It's called Vare's Bouquet. Let me just... I'll tell you exactly what it is. A steel mace resembling a charming bouquet of roses. Each petal has a sharpened edge, leaving the roses perpetually colored with blood. Yeah, so this was a mace that got coated in blood. How romantic. This weapon reflects White Mask Vare's manner of speech, rather well enticing in its splendor, but full of deadly consequences. I had to stop reading there because I noticed or heard movement. Yeah, so it's a bloody mace. Mr. Shadyu says, steel mace resembling a bouquet. That's one way to go to a date. It sure is, good sir. It sure is. This thing is considered, like, best in slot, or, like, second best in slot. Because if, I'll kind of use, like, a example here. There's a stat. I'll whip out the pointer so everyone knows where it is. There we go. Now I'm moving the right thing. Right there. Right there. That has 247 spell scaling. Now I'll point to a different weapon, which we had picked up earlier by going into some catacombs and literally plundering it from an enemy. This is 215 spell scaling. Look at the difference. This is a 30-point difference. And these are at +3. Now there is a seal or a seal as opposed to a weapon catalyst that is better than this. It's a full 20 points better. And that is the frenzied seal. But that requires divesting in Arcane in order to reinvest in Faith, and we don't have a respec option yet. Nor do I even want to divest from Arcane at this point in the game. When someone pointed out that the bouquet was good, well, Mr. Coin, you're predicting a raid? Oh. Okay. I am armed and ready. Mr. Shadyu says, makes sense and didn't know about the weapons. A very cool concept. Yeah, we got it early. You're supposed to get a, You're supposed to go advance a quest line for an individual named White Mask Vare. Mr. Jason says you're using your troll level creator powers to predict a raid. Yes, I'm hoping that Firebot is working properly on that today, and the Twitch activity feed is working as expected as well. Otherwise, I shan't know. I shall not know when it is coming. But yes, we need to advance this guy's quest in a very particular way. And then we have to fight him in a duel, and that's how we get the bouquet. It has like a nice, like, it has a nice, like, repeating thrust gesture called Blood Tax. It behaves like a rapier during that particular skill, but only during that skill, and it stacks up bleed really well. And it's also got very good, it's got very decent attack power, among other things. Sorry, I'm kind of like focused in 3 places. But, how was your time with Miss Bumblebubs, Mr. Jason? How was the stream while you were in there? If and you don't mind my asking. And I guess today is Thursday. How was your weekend? How was your weekend, Mr. Shadio? Mr. Jason says the stream was good, sir. Oh, what was she playing? If and you don't mind my asking, was it Animal Crossing New Horizons? Was it the typical game or something else? It was good, sir? Okay. I'm glad to know that my hunch is correct, at least some of the time. Mr. Shadio says, duel. Today gonna be a duel between your wallet and the spring sale.
Master, you have guests.
Oh, thank you so much. Feel that gorgeous rain. Hear that beautiful sound. Hold on.
You hear that off in the distance?
Hold
my
on, this is a
senators
bad
and
time.
inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the game.
I'm pretty sure a shill is gonna happen. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta, this is a bad time. But welcome on in. Good to see everyone. In fact, I'm gonna probably snooze ads for at least 5 minutes while we do this. Yeah, I think I've got the correct ones disabled. But thank you for the raid, Miss Bumblebubs. How was your stream? How are you doing? Hopefully well. Mr. Jason and I were just talking about you and the wonderful content that you bring. Welcome on in, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Coin. Most people, or Coinsnap, most people call me Coin. Pretty easy to say. I am a on-again, off-again challenge runner and variety streamer, variety content creator. That's mostly what I do. I am in my challenge running arc currently. Welcome to Elden Ring, and very specifically, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. I'm doing some scouting for a real run that I'm gonna do afterwards. So we're not running yet, but we'll be running soon. Or well, I say soon, but really more in like a couple of months. Because there's a lot of game to go through, but it and the DLC both. I've played all kinds of games. Yeah, how was Animal Crossing New Horizons? Well, I can figure that out from your audience, Miss Bumblebubs. You and Jason are so sweet. You're very welcome, Miss Bumblebubs. Anytime. You just finished playing ACNH. And you do have to run, but you hope everyone has a beautiful day. Thank you for rating, Miss Bumblebubs. Much appreciated. Thank you so incredibly much. I will make sure that I take care of your wonderful, wonderful bumblebees that you've brought along with you. But thank you. I do hope you rest well, my lovely senator. I will make sure your charge is well taken care of. It was good to see you. And I do hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there, Miss Bumblebubs. And with that, I will continue the thing I was trying to say before, which is, if you guys like, dad jokes, humor, there's a jokes and puns counter underneath my webcam. Mr. Jason and several others like to fill that up from time to time. If you guys enjoy that sort of thing, I think you'll like the channel. On top of that, while we're challenge running right now, we may not always be challenge running in the future. There are other games that we could play, and I could always break this up with a game if people would prefer to do that. I play all kinds of stuff, just maybe not horror games. That's probably what I will say. So, Mr. Jason, if you would please roll out the wonderful hallowed halls. I'll do the same for folks on Kick. Thank you very much. I would love to have everyone over with the Discord server. We talk about stuff in there. I post pictures. We're doing a voting item in the Discord right now for what challenge run types you guys want to see next. Or, we vote on games to play in there. All kinds of goodies. I structure the Discord server in a way that people can find things pretty easily. I'll also be working on a Stoke Chat server as well that I'll roll out eventually, but that said, I would best describe Elden Ring as an action event, or like an adventure, or like a, I'm sorry, an ARPG, an action RPG. And I'm playing a modded version of that with all kinds of sweet goodies in it. So if you guys like hard, difficult encounters, or like dodging, ducking, or like timed casts, or you like getting spells earlier than intended, I think you guys will like this experience. Let's catch up on chat, because I feel like I was trying to do about 5 different things at once there, and that's probably not a good thing. Let me go all the way back, because I know I missed something from Mr. Shadow here. I'll read it again. Duel. Today gonna be a duel between my wallet and the spring sale. God have mercy on my wallet today. You plan to only buy a game, Raft, but you are afraid there would be more temptations. Yeah. That's the thing about the thing about Steam sales. You kind of just have to you got to know what you're gonna spend, and then you got to probably get off Steam the second it is not installed, or the second that it is done installing, so that you don't tempt yourself into stuff like that. Welcome on in to Sinful Seraph, Acid Llamas TV, and Crayon Snail. Thank you guys so much for being an active portion of Miss Bumblebub's raid. Much appreciated. These are wonderful animated emotes. Those are awesome. I have a few myself, but they're nowhere near as good as these. Maybe someday I will have a real animation artist and I can have ones that are just as good, but Bumblebubs makes sure that her community eats well with these emotes. These are cute. Mr. Shadow says, oh well, you were getting a little bit depressed, but you're a bit better now? Or better now, things are starting to get better? Just a little bump? That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear it, good sir. I'm going to do my best to try to continue to keep, continue to make that better for you, on top of whatever is going on in your personal life that is actually starting to turn a corner for you. I'll do my best to do that. Okay, I think I've caught up with everything that isn't Mr. Jason's. Yes, okay. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, we were playing Animal Crossing New Horizons where you were having a fun debate with Her Majesty on how you should have diplomatic immunity for royal purposes, and she said, only the Queen has true immunity. And you said, indeed, there is only one queen, but a monarch is only as good as how well their kingdom is functioning. You are the royal hive architect, after all. That is true. That is true. But she is right. The queen is the one with immunity. That's just how the world works. Although I do look forward to future arguments where You managed to immunize your own position. I'm curious to see where those arguments are gonna trail out. Now, I did snooze some adverts, so I am gonna go ahead and play those now, just to kind of like get ready now that we've all socialized a little bit and you've gotten to learn about me. Mr. Shadio says there's another game that's a candidate. It's a nice indie game from a company. They gave away their first game on Epic some time ago and you really, really liked it. And you played the demo for the new one. Depending on the price, you might shake your wallet a little bit for it. Fair. Fair. I hear the one game that is shaking everyone's wallets is Slay the Spire 2. It's like $25 US to my knowledge, but it's supposed to be really good. Because it's based off the original Slay the Spire, and that one was also really good. It's making the rounds. If there were ever a card game that I would recommend getting, and it happens to be on sale, it would be Slay the Spire 2. Yeah, lots of content creators are trying it out right now. It's the hottest thing. But I do hope that you make your choice between Rift or the other indie game as well, Mr. Shadio, if that's what you're looking to do. Did I say Rift? I meant Raft. Mr. Shadio says Strange Antiquities is the game you're looking to maybe buy. The other game they gave away was Strange Horticulture. Ah, yes. There's a YouTuber by the name of it's either DM or GM Darius, DM_GM Darius. It's one of those. He's doing a Strange Horticulture LP project right now, among other things. If you want to find out whether or not you like Strange Horticulture, you maybe want to check that LP out, at least the first episode or two, and see what you think. I think those episodes are like roughly an hour and 45 minutes, because I know the first one's extended and then the second one's like 45 minutes. Don't quote me on the exact times though. Mr. Shadio says you may buy both. If so, I do know they're puzzle games. Strange Antiquities, if it's coming from the same people that made Strange Horticulture, it's at very least like a puzzle investigation type game. So if you want your brain stretched, go for it. That said, I am going to go ahead and roll out the minor shill advertisement right here and now. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for putting up with that. And again, you guys have been a wonderful audience today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me so far. I am going to like roll out some ads real soon in order to like swat away like pre-roll and everything like that. But before I do, I'll catch up on chat again. Mr. Shatview says, yes, you really loved Strange Horticulture. You love these kinds of detective games. Then I think you have your answer, good sir. I think you know what you're going to buy, in my honest opinion. Mr. Jason says, someone made this example on Quora. Diplomatic immunity would not protect them or diplomats if they committed crimes outside of their working duties. It doesn't give you rights to do what you like. Harry is not representing his country, so would not have any diplomatic immunity. Perfect. What you're doing is representing Her Majesty's kingdom. Excellent. Mr. Shadio says, anyway, Mr. Coin, you have to go now. It was always a pleasure to hang out in your chat. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Shadio. It was nice to have you again. It was good to see you, as always. Rest well, my lovely senator. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later. But if I don't get to see you again for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there, Mr. Shadio. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Now I'll explain a little bit about the commercial break, because I pushed that back, but I want to try to stay on schedule with that. Take care of yourself, Mr. Shadio. So normally at the top of the hour, we're now past the top of the hour, but normally at the top of the hour, I roll out commercial breaks for those on Twitch. We are multi-streaming to Twitch, YouTube, Kick. That's purple, red, and green, respectively. And the ad breaks last for 3 minutes. There's a timer that'll appear to the left of my webcam when that happens. And it'll read 3 minutes. During that time, I'm generally away from my desk, grabbing a stretch or doing other things at that time. I highly encourage everyone to get up and take a stretch break for themselves. I only run ads during these scripted, normally scheduled times, even if I have pushed this one back. I always run ads on a script, and I structure things this way so that people that want to, like, sub, through Twitch or whatever, are doing so because they actually like my work and not because they want to avoid a shitty experience on Twitch or elsewhere. But please do feel free to spend the time however you like during those 3 minutes. Once that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick up right where we left off. In fact, let me go ahead and pause this now so that we can do that. Which is something that Reforged does as a compatibility option, by the way. If you want to be able to pause your game, this is one way in which you get to do it. Because in Elden Ring or from subtitles in general, you're not allowed to do that. I'll read the final bits of messages, and then we will take our break and kind of go from there. Mr. Jason says the green app is the newest one, so Mr. Coin has kickstarted that streaming recently. Too true. Mr. Jason says, although Her Majesty's Honeycomb Kingdom is even more important, Mr. Coin, for it is an official partner of the TCC. That's fair. That's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, it's a Discord server. It's a community that you help shape personally. I totally get that. But speaking of things that have to be, done personally or not, it is time for the commercial break. So I'm going to roll that out, and then we're going to hopefully come back in about 3 minutes. I'll see you guys after the ad break. Thank you so much for being with me, and hopefully it will be over real soon. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I had to shuffle over some laundry, so my apologies for being late. Among other things. Let's continue. Daylight's already gone, so we got no time to waste. Although I guess before that, I should definitely make sure that nothing has changed. Nothing has changed between these three apps, so I believe we're good. Okay, so we have a Roundtable Ambassador right there. I don't think this is all the Albinoric, because if it were... Well, maybe it is. Hold on. Just kind of keeping my eyes peeled. So yeah, for those that have stuck around, welcome on into the, welcome on into Reforged. So Reforged is a mod of Elden Ring. It is meant to be a vanilla plus or vanilla-esque, I guess is what I would say, experience. Though it is, it's kind of its own thing. There are lots of things about Elden Ring that are unchanged, mainly in terms of locations, quests, NPCs, and like the general flow of the game is the same. You know what you're roughly expected to do. Yeah, I think we actually have gotten all of the ones that pop up from that are normally already here. But there are lots of things that are changed as well, and they're more subtle. Reforged is kind of a slow burn, where you kind of need to really dig into the mod to appreciate what it is. So, for example, if I'm tapping B right now on an Xbox controller, this would normally backstep. This has been replaced by ducking, which has iframes. You can actually duck under sweeps. And jumping is actually an effective dodge tactic sometimes. You can, if you time your inputs correctly, you can even have animations speed up, attacks deal more damage, and so on. And there's ones for spells, attacks, and animations in general, like drinking from a flask, you know, summoning your spirit ashes, and so on. Actually, I should probably summon spirits. I had difficulty last time because I didn't do that. I did not mean to do that. So we're just going to do a blind pull. Like so. Nice. That only took entirely too long to do. Yay! And I know, yeah, they pop up out of the ground. Mr. Jason says that Mr. Jason is also the Chief Justiciar of her kingdom. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I think there are over like 60,000 changes that Reforged makes to Elden Ring. You know, not the least of which includes lighting changes, mechanical changes, the way stats behave, and so on. There are entirely too many things to track. But if you guys want to read about the mod in more detail, or you want to download it for yourself and play with it without any spoilers, for the mod page, if you type in !ERR into the Twitch chat, that'll be *ERR on YouTube, and Shift 6 ERR on Kick. If you guys want to know more about the mechanics without necessarily playing the game, you just want more information about the mod, feel free to type in !ER wiki ERWIKI into the chat, and you will be given a link to the website that contains the information for the mod. I would say like 90% of it is probably accurate. It is a Wikia page, so make of that what you will. Mr. Jason says, if you want a good Elden Ring mod, see the above website. Exactly. If you want a good Twitch mod, see Mr. Jason. Kappa. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I appreciate the assistance on that. For YouTube, it'll be asterisk ER wiki, and for Kick, it'll be Shift 6 ER wiki. I know that cannot be the only Albinorex that popped up out of the woodwork after grabbing that item. Is it? Maybe. Okay, well, who am I to argue what the game wants? All right. I think we're good with this. Well, no, okay, no, we're not good with the split because this guy is unnamed. The only reason I even went out here was for rune pieces. Speaking of, there's another rune piece we gotta grab on the way here, and that's over by an unmarked gazebo. It's just over here, I think. Okay, but first we gotta get into cover. No, don't you dare. Run. At least this one has cover nearby, so I can, like, you know, avoid that attack. The rest of them I'm not quite so lucky. Really? Run, run. I didn't check the spell again. Yeah, just not getting in the correct position in time is more than enough to cause problems. What's that powdery substance? Powdery-like substance that your character throws out good for? That is the spell Blood Boon. I will give you the description for that item now. Let's see if I can't pull it out. It's right here. Sacred incantation of Moog, Lord of Blood. Thrust arm into the body of the formless mother, then scatter the blood flame to set the area ablaze. Don't think too hard about that. That's the formless mother is kind of exists in an alternate dimension, and any blood that is being conjured is her blood, if I'm remembering my lore right. This incantation can be cast while in motion. The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Moog stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement that he was born into. That's talking about how Moog was born an omen, to be omen-born, and to be an omen-born is to be, like, genetically impure or defiled, cursed. More Elden Ring lore that you probably should go see a Vati video about rather than me, because I'm not very good. I should say I don't really know the complete lore that way. But to succinctly answer your question, it's blood. It's blood that ignites in air. There we go. Got him. It's all blood. Mr. Jason says you still remember the joke that you made when you were in Gerudo Town in The Legend of Zelda? Tears of the Kingdom, good sir. You mentioned a fashion magazine for the Gerudo to look at called Vogue magazine. We like recycled jokes around here. Yeah, Vogue magazine. Great stuff. Great stuff. I imagine we'll be able to go into stride and make some wonderful Elden Ring jokes, you know, sooner rather than later. But it's kind of hard to make jokes about this game at first because the lore is like less well known. It's, you know, it's to use a Doctor Who parlance, it's wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff. That's the best way I could think of to describe like Elden Ring lore as a whole, is that it's very obfuscated, vague, indirect. It's as precise as it needs to be, but as vague as it needs to be as well. It's very non-committal with with its timelines, which is actually something that The Legend of Zelda and like the FromSoft series, all of the series have in common. Is that they're as precise as they need to be for the game that they're in, but they are not super continuous. Dark Souls, the Dark Souls part of the Soulsborne series is a little bit continuous. Mainly like 1 and 3 have continuous plot, but it's only like background. And if you don't understand the background, you could very easily, you know, think it's a different game. Which, speaking of continuity, I guess this is a general question I can ask. How do you guys feel about continuity in games? Like, i.e., how important is it for events to make sense, you know, as the story's progressing? And how important is it for sequels to make sense to each other? Like actual true direct sequels. How important is it that they maintain their continuity, their like plot consistency? Because if it's not that important, that's fine. I like it when plots are consistent, as long as I'm told that the plot, you know, it's like this is occurring at a different time or whatever. And yes, even the dreaded, oh, this happened in an alternate timeline, also counts. But as long as I'm given some indication that the game is not wanting to be plot continuous, then I don't personally care if it is or isn't. Mr. Jason says, speaking of Doctor Who, good sir, one of your elderly relatives showed you the first season of the show when you were much younger, and you got really worried that the Daleks were real and that they might invade Earth in real life. Thankfully, your relative assured you by saying, "Don't worry, if that happens, steps will be put in place." Too true. Because the Daleks can't get over a simple step is the running joke for those that have watched Doctor Who before. Yeah, the Daleks are these machine robots, and they can't get up steps, apparently. Like the whole point is that something simple kind of prevents them from advancing further. They have all this destructive technology, but simple steps are all you need to take in order to prevent a Dalek from getting anywhere near you. At least initially. I think later on, though, they like come with adaptations to get up steps. Mr. Jason, I don't know how much you watch Doctor Who, but if you do watch it like consistently or regularly, you would know it more than I do. Mr. Jason says, insert obligatory, but they can hover now. They can glide. Yes, and that's supposed to be the biggest thing since sliced bread, apparently. Okay, what is... Oh, it's a freaking rune bear. Wait. Oh, I might be able to ignore the rune bear. Might not even be necessary. Hold on. Never... Wait, what? I can tell it's agitated, but I don't know what it's doing. Mr. Jason says the best thing since sliced bread, good sir, is fried bread. Indeed, Mr. Jason, indeed. How is fried bread? I've never actually had it. The closest thing I guess I could say I've had is like hush puppies, but hush puppies are breaded and come with a bunch of other stuff in it. It's not actually like fried bread. What I'm doing is hunting around for rune pieces. We haven't even yet hit the cave where the corresponding split is. We're gonna get there in a few moments, but I'm looking around for our favorite orange slivered collectible. Mr. Jason says it's so good, but you need to put it in a frying pan and let it soak up the oil like a sponge. Does the oil matter? Do you guys use like I don't know, canola, sunflower, something like that? Oil, olive oil, maybe vegetable oil. Okay, just pure vegetable oil. Okay, I wonder how it would be though with other oil, such as olive or canola or sunflower oil. I bet that would taste really good if I'm being completely honest. I quite like sunflower oil actually. It's got like a nice buttery smell to it. It's kind of hard to describe. I believe we have made it to the place. Yes, we have. And this does require stone sword keys. Mr. Jason says you're not sure, good sir. Your family only buys vegetable oil. Oh, do you guys not have any meals with olive oil or canola oil in them? That's interesting. I think the family's missing out. Olive oil's great. To say, like, it's got a certain fragrance to it that's... I mean, you could smell it fine enough. Mr. Jason says, is this the Burger Monarch Academy, good sir? It is underneath it, the Academy Crystal Cave. We will see some live Burger Kings in here. Burger Monarchs, yes. Like, that is something that happens. But it isn't like the Academy, quote unquote. We're under it. We're under it. If we get through the cave, however, we will get to the top of that academy and see something really cool. And if I had the intelligence, it would be much cooler. But at least you guys will get to enjoy the view. Just make sure Oh, we've been storing runes. Yeah, let's not do that. We have... Okay, so 2K? Yeah, 2K runes. Use 2 of them. You already see something really cool, Mr. Jason says? Oh. Do tell.
Share them with me. Your thoughts. Your ambitions.
I feel okay. Let's continue leveling Arcane. That ought to be better. Points to the top right corner. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I do. Let's get our lantern out. That is not a lantern, that is a bell, Mr. Coin. Gotta do it correctly. Let's make 40 of these. How are we on marks? Okay, we're good on those two. We can just keep going now. So this cave in particular will demonstrate the amazing power of Frenzied Burst. Maybe not, you know, on rats, but it will be quite good. Just gotta move around here. What's up, Mr. Jason? Just gotta make sure I'm not missing an illusory wall here. Mr. Jason says, well, you've moved on now. Mr. Jason did also block the scummy streamer with the scummy mods, good sir. Good on you. Good on you. I said earlier that the trash sorts itself out, and I wasn't kidding. Those people showed themselves to be individuals that that are not worth the association with. They're not. Not much more to say than that. Yeah, let's keep being moved on, shall we? So here are our first looks at the Burger Monarchs. They're kind of all sitting here. Let's see if I can get close enough so we can get a better look. Not too close or I'll trigger them, but... And I want to be out of view of some of the others, but... Yep. This one is... This is one of the Twin Sage ones. You can tell because there are actually 2 glintstone crystals at the top of their helmets. Really cool. Also, fun fact, in Reforged, all of the glintstone helmets, I think with the exception of one of them, alters the way certain crystals, certain sorceries behave, which is not something that it happened in vanilla. In vanilla, some of the glintstone crowns do, which is the helmet that they are wearing, either boost stats in exchange for different stats. I believe one of them boosts intelligence at the expense of vigor. One of them boosts FP in exchange for HP. Those are 2 different things. Though vigor and mind both contribute. I'm sorry, vigor still contributes to health, though it is not the only thing that you can subtract from health without subtracting from vigor. The math is subtle, yet precise at the same time. Let me back up here because I don't want to trigger the Burger Monarch here. Some of them, I think one of them boosts HP in detriment to intelligence. Another one boosts int in exchange for stamina. And there's one that kind of does a little bit of everything, but not much. The Elden Ring, there's a separate Elden Ring wiki for just like the regular game. It's the Fextra Life wiki. It will tell you what these crowns do, but in Reforged they get another cool feature that represents the school that these particular sages all come from. Mr. Jason says, in 2 weeks on Sunday, good sir, you will finally get to open your chocolate ostrich Easter egg, although it will take a good long while to eat because it's over a kilo of chocolate. Yeah, that's multiple sessions of chocolate right there. Mr. Jason says, although, good sir, it is so thick that you could potentially break your teeth on it. What? Break your teeth on chocolate? I have heard of people doing that, but this is like milk chocolate, yeah? This isn't like a fancy, different chocolate by chance?
While that conversation is cooking, of course. Let's do... Oh, yeah, he turned around when I ducked. Why is that a different noise? They're not... the trick... not the trick. These guys also have books. They have a couple of other attacks that aren't like sorceries. One of them is they will slap you with their book like 2 to 3 times. And they'll even like do a 3-hit combo with it. And the other is an honest to God headbutt. That's right. These guys will take their glintstone crowns and they will headbutt you with them. Which takes some real guts in my honest opinion. Truly, it does. Not too close. And they even all get their own sub-entry. I will look at that in just a moment. Yeah, see, there's like a quick offhand swipe with the book, and then there are like 2 more swipes, 2 to 3 more swipes with the book. Okay, let me make sure the coast is clear, and then I'll look. I can see that the coast is clear. It is very thick, good sir. Yeah, that is a huge, like, internal area or external shell for the egg. Hotel Chocolat Ostrich Egg. Unbelievably vegan. Over a kilo of chocolate. Outrageously thick hazelnut. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought this was regular old chocolate. No, sir. This is hazelnut chocolate. I want one of these. Packed with cookies and, is that crushed cornflake? I think that's what that description says. Bursting with our most loved vegan-friendly chocolates, alcohol-free. I could have one of those, you know, if I ponied up the money for it. For $100 plus taxes and tariffs. Yeah, no thank you. That's all right. I'll wait for the tariffs to disappear, or at least be worth, you know, be like at most 5%. That's about as much tariffing as I would probably handle, because we all know the truth behind the tariffs. It's not, these companies do not sack profit. They will tax the customer. Which is just real work. But let's not tarry on the tariffs. Mr. Jason says, yours, good sir, is 1/2 brownie inspired, 1/2 cookies and cream, paired with patisserie inspired chocolates. So there are different kinds of these eggs. It's not just one egg. They got multiple kinds. To be honest though, I was already sold on the hazelnut. Hazelnut is like my favorite. It's like my favorite kind of chocolate ever. I'm not kidding. I like it more than I like blood oranges. I like hazelnut that much. The only thing that hazelnut does not win out over is cherry and lemon. Mr. Jason says, and there are 4 kinds, and all 90 pounds. Yay! Yes. 90 whole sterling. If only there were a mini version that was like, I don't know, like $25. That would be about as much as I would pay for chocolate, honestly. Mr. Jason says you have a not so fun fact about not so fun fact, good sir. Go on. Careful here. Nice. Punctured in one go. Mr. Jason says, if you buy this egg over 10 years, that is 900 pounds. I mean, yes, if you put all the purchases together, yeah, that is certainly a lot of money. That's about as much as you spend on computer equipment, good sir. Or quite a bit for computer or gaming equipment. But even though you can't take your money with you when you pass on, right? Mr. Jason says that is almost as much as Mr. Jason's TV. Yeah, it's what, like 1,200 pounds or something like that? Don't remember the exact figure, but you can't take your money or possessions with you when you go, so you might as well enjoy them while you're alive. That's kind of the 1,099 pounds. I can always count on you to remember that stuff. Yeah, it's the it's the difference between being materialistic and anti-materialistic, right? Like, you can't take your possessions with you, but you know what you choose to possess while you're alive is important. You take your memories with you, and sometimes the possessions and stuff you buy do help with that. There's a converseness to it, a balance. Mr. Jason says, obviously you're not dead, but you still think that you died and went to heaven almost 8 months ago, good sir. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Truly, I do. We're going to fight something that may require a little bit of my concentration, so 1 second. Yeah, see, there's kind of no winning with that. Yeah, look at how destructive that is. Getting hit with that is going to be like a one-hit KO. Wait, did he seriously leash back? He did. What? Incredible work. Yeah, don't let these guys hit you. These battle mages, who are from the Haima school, they can hit you with huge magical hammers, launch magical explosions at you, and they bonk you with big stick, like multiple times. They're considered the Academy Enforcers, or combat mages. Yeah, there are quite a lot of them. Mr. Jason likes hammers. Fair. And you'll probably like the battle mages when we get a closer look at them. No. Every time. That's gonna trip me up. Like, it has tripped me up. I'm not supposed to smack them with the weapons. That's like against the run. I have to hit them with the spells. I'm beginning to see why people recommended the seal to me over the weapon catalyst, though. And it's for the express reason of not accidentally smacking stuff in melee. Okay, this one will require all of my focus. If you guys want to see my... do I have notes on this? Hold on. No. My notes ended some time ago. Okay. I'll have to put up more notes. Because I don't want to bore you guys by taking notes. That's silly. We're gonna summon a lovely cooperator. We may have seen him before. Old Knight Istvan. Mr. Jason says, in 10 minutes previously, it would have been one of Mr. Jason's favorite times of the day. That being... I'll wait for the reply. 6 p.m., good sir. Ah! Betty by nap time, or something along those lines. Oh, no. 6 p.m.? Yeah, I would have been going live then, is what you're saying. Yeah, that took me too long to figure out. Yeah, well, I mean, look, I mean, in honesty, if I didn't have to go live 2 hours before, I wouldn't. And I guess, you know, I kind of don't need to, but you guys will see a lot of challenge runners are live for way longer than 6 hours, or they'll like break it up into like multi-part streams where they'll stream for some amount of time, do a thing, take a couple hours to do things, and then come back. Yeah, this is kind of that experience. Or I kind of just have to stretch my time out with challenge run material like this. Mr. Jason says you're having the Chinese meal leftovers tonight. Sounds good. It sounds delicious. There was so much delivered. Yeah, you ordered a lot of food there, good sir. I would sure hope you got everything that was on your list. And it's a meal you don't have to cook either. That's probably the best part. I would kill for some leftovers right now. That said, it is boss time. Time for me to focus up. You guys know the drill by now. And I will see you guys after this, hopefully not too excruciating battle. Mr. Jason says the best part is not having to wash up. Too true. Too true. Yeah, it's a meal you can eat in the peace of your own home. Fair enough. Alrighty. Time to lock in.
Off in the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes,
that's actually preferable.
Us, and then we can get right back to the gaming.
That's actually preferable. As soon as I should have actually waited until after the ad to even do that. I shouldn't have done that. That's fine. I deserve that death, honestly. I've spaced out the shilling a little more, so it's not happening every hour. So I will go right into the commercial break, of course. Well, okay, not right into the break. Into explaining the break. There we go. Now I'm not tripping over my words. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour, which means I should probably just wait until after the break to actually fight the boss. That's gonna be like a multi-minute fight, guaranteed. So we might as well shoot the breeze with each other. But we do take commercial breaks. In about 3.5 minutes from now, there will be a timer that appears to the left of my webcam, and the screen will switch. Ads will start playing if you're on Twitch, and I will be getting up to take a stretch break during that time. I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. It'll make the break pass by faster. But do feel free to spend the break in whatever way you please. Once those 3 minutes are up and the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick up right where we left off. We're getting into some... while the Reeling Shack will be an easy split, we're gonna get into some hard splits today. We're probably gonna die a few times getting them. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, did you tell me that you canceled your pre-order for Super Mario Wonder, Brothers Wonder, and Nintendo Switch 2 Edition and Meetup in Bella Bell Park?" I think you have told me that, yes. It is quite rare that you cancel a pre-order, but even Mr. Jason is confused about the £17 increase just for some multiplayer modes that Mr. Jason will probably not play as you're more of a single-player person. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. That would be like if Slay the Spire 2 locked its multiplayer mode behind, like, DLC. No one would buy that. Or not too many people would buy that unless it were, tested and... proven to be good. I remember what I needed to do here, by the way. This is the first time I've had to pull out a strategy like this. We need to make some Cursed Blood pots. These do two things for us. Number one, they decrease an enemy's status resistance, and these guys are vulnerable, or at least they can be affected by madness. Where is it? I think it will be a Hidden Mysteries. Yes. These guys are immune to blood loss, sleep, death blight, so we're going to be using frenzy spells for this. And having their resistances lowered to madness will make it a lot easier to affect them multiple times with it. The other more important thing that these pots do, and I'll outline it here, is it marks the target for your summons to attack it. They'll focus that target, as evidenced by the line of throw at enemies to douse them in accursed blood, reducing their status resistance and causing summoned spirits to assail them with a rabid fervor. Yeah, so if your enraged spirits will target them like it's no one's business. And we need to mark these enemies if we would like to get rid of them in an appropriate fashion. They were kind of scattered before. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Jason was a little bit disappointed with Super Mario's Wonder when it first released. Nintendo UK offered a wonderful elephant stress ball, and Mr. Jason pre-ordered 2 copies. And then Nintendo UK said, "Sorry, we can no longer source the elephant stress ball." Mr. Jason still got the game, though, as it was brand new. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. We can talk more about that and fight the boss after the break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's catch up on our chats, and then I will do the necessary prep work to head into the boss. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I do not see any changes in the red or green apps, so we're good to go. So we have made the equipment. Let's swap those out. I have one more pot than when I did during the scouting, so that's something I'll have to keep in mind. Mr. Jason says you were watching some of those Nintendo 2 advertisement videos that... I'm sorry, Nintendo Switch 2 advertisement videos that Nintendo uploads, and you think you found one that could be deemed fake. It was from Nintendo AU, and it had 3 people playing online together and using game chat. Mr. Jason was like, how is that possible with Aussie internet? Disclaimer, it wasn't obviously fake, but Aussie internet is infamously terrible. Yeah, did they get like the short... I feel like our Australian friends get the short end of the stick when it comes to the internet. Like really short end of the stick. I don't know if it's just because the cables don't connect over that way very well, or they're kind of just always sidelined when it comes to, upgrades or what. But, it should be a lot better than it is. Or like they save the top quality items for government officials and their celebrities, I guess. Really? All right. Yep, let's back it up. Yeah, meander right this way. Are you gonna walk over here? Is that what you're doing? Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. For more of the world had better internet, more people could discover Mr. Coin. Hello. Look at that huge magical hammer. And they also bonk you with a huge giant stick, and he was getting ready to headbutt me. Amazing. Absolutely glorious work. Come on. I hate when this happens. That's going to be a consistent problem every single time. And I don't know what my answer to that is. I don't know if the answer is to get a different well, I guess in particular for the fire spells, the generator's up close, so if I'm not paying attention to how I'm holding the guard, that can be kind of weird. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. And I feel like even if I didn't have an offhand weapon right, I would still end up having issues with that. We're gonna summon our dear friend here. I have our cursed blood pots ready, so we're going to use them. And Mr. Coin needs to do more, like, non-content things online to get noticed. I feel like that's what needs to happen. I just don't know how. I've been trying to, like, step up my activity in some spots, but social media is such a cesspit. I don't want to. I'll come out and say it. I don't want to, but... so I'm kind of giving a half-hearted effort at it, which is not what you want to do when you're making content. You want to be full-throated about it. It's hard to be full-throated when the internet is, and more specifically, social media is just full of cesspit areas where people are very, very content with, playing blame games and chasing for clout rather than real issues. Mr. Jason says isn't that you aren't being noticed, good sir. It is more that people have not yet discovered amazing. They only know mediocre. I'm flattered you think that, good sir. Thank you. But I know my content has a long way to go before it is even... I shouldn't say unwatchable. People are watching it, right? But it's the before, like, I guess mainstream is watching it. My content is niche watchable. It is not mainstream watchable. And I'm trying to fix this. I don't know what that'll take yet. It's focus time. I've rambled long enough. See you guys after this fight, hopefully. Let me make sure I've taken the appropriate count there. Look at how much better that did because I used the cursed blood pot to make that happen. The enemies were focused down. Well, get on with your bad self, little doggies. Not sure what kind of visitors we're having, but hopefully they go out, take that barking outside. And I'll go ahead and unpin this. Mr. Jason says if you aim that attack into a tub of water, it would certainly be a bloodbath. Grab a glass because you know there's going to be a flood. That applause was not for that little bit I added at the end. It was for your joke, for the record. Okay, let's touch the site of grace, and I will show you guys the wonderful, wonderful thing that I wanted to show earlier. I think you guys are going to at least admire it for like a couple of seconds. I know, dark long shaft. You know, with barely able to see, riveting view, but that isn't what I'm trying to show. It's much better. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, even Mr. Jason isn't sure about paying 17 pounds more for the same game that you already have. That's fair. Look, it has to be Skyrim, special edition good to get that kind of purchase, right? It can't just be anything. It can't just be any old repeat under the sun. This isn't even it either. Terra Magica. This seal here, you use Terra Magica to activate it. is how this works. If I wanted to, I could put 10 points in Int just to do this, but I don't want to. And nor would that would kind of defeat the spirit of the run, like, on its face. This is what I wanted to show you. Look at the view. We're inside the academy. We're in the locus of concordance, which you don't even get to. This is a spot you could never reach from following the train of academy buildings, which you start in this kind of a loop. You have to go through the Academy Crystal Cave, fight a kind of hard boss with using correct technique, to then make your way up here where you can get this view. We're inside. There's the Erd tree over there, sitting at that would be Lanedell. We're right across from Lanedell, right there. You got a nice good view of the pretty Erd tree. And over there is what is essentially Mount Gelmir. That is the volcano. That is what I wanted to show you. We can't even see anything else because we're that high up. What do you guys think? Cool view? Nice view? Or meh? Don't care for it. Just curious, of course. I'll drop down. In fact, we don't even have to do that, technically. Our next spot is over here. Mr. Jason says, it is a really nice view. I'm glad you think so, Mr. Jason. It's not every day that people... There are people that just never come up here. They never... Terra Magica's kind of a cool ability on its own. It's basically a magic circle that as long as you stand inside it, your magic spells deal more damage. The closest point of comparison I could make would be like the Ring of Power in World of Warcraft. That's an arcane mage ability or a talent that you could pick up where you place sigils on the ground and your spells are more powerful while you're inside the circle. Yeah, it's kind of like that. But, for a single-player game. Mr. Jason says, but so is the view in the top right corner. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I really do. Oh, I went here and then never actually got the rest site. We gotta fix that. But fix it we shall. And then we'll move on to the wheeling shack. I'm really feeling it. Sorry. The reeling shack, which I think is kind of cool. It like shows off some cut content that managed to make its way into the game. Team Kernifer was very nice to do it. This could be Shadow of the Erd Tree as well, but I am almost quite sure it is cut content. Because it's using unused dialogue. The supply pledges were kind of like that as well, where the supply pledges that you could get from at Merchant Kale, supposedly that was something that you could do in or that you were planning on being able to. Team FromSoft had a quest that was scrapped in development where Kale had his own quest, and a lot of it had to do with the supply pledges. Not in the form we have them in the mod, but close enough. Almost kind of the same thing. Almost. I think the supply pledges are cool, though. Maybe I'll do a regular playthrough sometime. Maybe I'll reboot that series. Just as kind of like something fun to do in my off time. It'll be minimally edited video. while I work out what I want to do with Outward. Because I do want to make Outward videos. I really do. I owe my, Patreon and Coffee subscribers that much. But I'm still trying to get a good technique in play for modulating my voice. I want to do that. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason would like to see The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD one day, good sir. And the Spyro Reignited Trilogy, good sir. Maybe I could do that. Now, you're wanting to see that as a live stream, yes? I want to make sure the language is somewhat specific here. You're wanting to see that live? Or do you not care as much about that? Mr. Jason says, yes, all of your requests are for a live. Mm-hmm. Okay. Things I need to think about when processing requests. If you're so inclined, Mr. Jason, you could put that in the, I'll show you. If you're feeling saucy, you could put them in the game suggestions gallery under the content. Mr. Gordu Goku and Mr. Shiny and a couple of others have also put their suggestions in here. You're more than welcome to do that. And I will definitely take care. I will definitely at least make sure it's, categorized properly. What's up, Mr. Jason? Oh, yeah, let me not tab back to a Discord. Mr. Jason also vouches for Lucas Soccer's request there. Super Mario Odyssey, right? I think that's the particular request you're talking about. Nope. Hold on, let me look. Ah, Echoes of Wisdom. I have to buy that. People can make requests. That's all fine. If I have to buy it, and I have to be careful because I hear footsteps. I'm not the Rune Bear again. No. Get out of here with that nonsense. Not interested. Hold on, I gotta focus right now. There. We should be okay now. I don't hear the combat music anymore. Mr. Jason says, these creatures are really unbearable. Too true. Too true. I hear that fights with them really tend to drag on. It's like I tried to merge 2 or 3 words there.
Sure, Jan.
Because the rune bears are theorized to be part dragon based on the gravity or gravel stones in their skin, and you don't really get that if you're not a dragon. But that's like more Vatividya video theorizing there. Ah, yes. Let me find one thing I do need to find while we're out here between splits like this is we need to find our good friend Dialos. We need to find him. He should be back over here somewhere. He told us when we met him at the courtyard that if we ever saw a servant named Lanya, we were to... Don't do that, yeah. I gotta be extra careful. Yeah, wardens can get dangerous quickly if they are left unattended. We were told if we were to ever find a young service maiden named Lanya, to come get Dialos immediately. I'm willing to bet our friend Dialos probably didn't wait for us to bring him word. You know, like a typical noble probably would. He seemed more of the go out and do it himself type, honestly. We need to find him. I'm trying to remember where. I think it's like over at near where the actual Academy Gate Town icon is. Mr. Jason says you may have found something fun for, or you have found something fun for me, good sir. Hold on, make sure I'm not being followed or attacked. What the heck is that? What the heck is that? Oh, it's a talking flower. Is this the talking flower you were talking about earlier? I'm gonna be honest, I thought that looked like a talking trumpet at first. And then I realized, oh wait, it's you know, the link says it's a talking flower, and the webpage says it's a talking flower. Yeah, just imagine waking up with this thing's open mouth, staring at you, and saying like the most inane things. And that totally isn't nightmare fuel. I'm gonna, if I can, there we go, something like that. Because if we're good, we can get 1, 2, or even 3 enemies in the line of fire. Like this. Well, not like that, but like what we did earlier where we pierced through the enemies. That is a specific charge spell that does that. And only the charged Frenzied Burst does that. I gotta slow down or I'm not gonna speak correctly. Mr. Jason says, yes, even more Talking Flower. Adventure alongside Talking Flower in the Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 edition, plus meet up in Bella Bell Park game. Sold separately. Talking Flower does not interact with games. Why does that sound like a corporate service notice? Stop what you're doing. He's got the scarabs can get you in a lot of trouble too if you're not careful. You can end up running into a group of enemies chasing after one. That's why whenever you see them, you want to use a spell to take them out. Mr. Jason says you copied and pasted that from the product page. Oh, well, it is a corporate readout. Even better. even better. Gotta be like right over here. There we go. Oh, and then I got spat on. Ew. Don't spit on me. What is this? Isn't a, you know, a naughty session? Definitely not. Ugh. And the blood, the thing there's, it's not even spit. That's their own blood they're spitting at us, by the way. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, there's a video game that you purchased many, many years ago. Before you went home, you decided to take it to a romantic dinner and then to the cinema. It was a date with Destiny. Hardy har har. A date with Destiny. Destiny is a game. Yeah, that is funny. Okay, so it's like it's in this general area, if I'm remembering right. Sorry, I'm like trying to like look around and here you are. Perfect. Found you.
It's me, Dialos. Answer me, would you?
Dude, I don't think she's gonna answer you. She looks very dead to me. I don't know. I don't know, chat. My lovely senators and inductees. What's your prognosis? Do you guys think that she's gonna answer back? Press 1 if you think so. Press 2 if you're like me and you're like, yeah, that's a dead body. She ain't answering back. Okay. Dialos, press 3 if you appreciate Mr. That's a complete evasion of the question, good sir. But I get what you're going for there. Dialos?
Spill it, boy.
Hello, friend. Tell me if you know, would you? The whereabouts of the hidden house of those despicable fiends. The recusants who hunt their fellow tarnished. They laid hands upon my servant Lanya, and I refused to let the insult stand. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. I, Dialos, swear to deliver the message.
Sure, buddy. So you actually do think the corpse would answer back, Mr. Jason? What is your basis for this reasoning? Because you did type 1 earlier. Unless that was a mistake. If that was a mistake, then by all means, that's fine, but I assume it's not a mistake.
They laid hands upon my servant Lanya, and I refused to let the insult stand. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. I, Dialos, swear to deliver the message.
Alright, little buddy. It was a mistake. You meant to. Good on you, Mr. Jason. Good on you. Yeah, that corpse ain't coming back. You don't think she's gonna respond. But I can't blame Dialos for, well, thinking that perhaps she had a chance. She certainly doesn't now that Torrit's hoof is through her skull, but that's neither here nor there. Alright, let's get to the reeling shack. I think we've spent long enough hemming and hawing about. I wanted to make sure I got that done before we, left the bounds of Liurnia. And when we do that, there's usually a good rule of thumb is if you move to another region, there are quests that are going to start or move even though you've not yet engaged with them. That's usually a good rule of thumb with FromSoft titles. So always make sure you've searched areas for quests. This is true of like any of the FromSoft titles, regardless of whether it's modded or not. You should always look and see if look around and see if there are NPCs you haven't talked to yet. Okay, so where we're going is back this way. Hold the guard button here and get ready. Nice, I want a few more garden variety snipes like that one. Here's the next one. I know they're like up here. Really? I want to be careful. Shh. Be very quiet. We're hunting. We're hunting for revenant followers. They like to hide in caskets. They like to grovel in bushes. They like to be very sneaky. Okay, I'll cut it out with the whispering bit, and I'm not sure people could hear that properly anyway. But that right there is our real kill target, or one of our real kill targets. I think I might just have to actually like attack him out in the open like that. I'm keeping an eye on that abductor virgin back there. There, I think I've eliminated enough of the people or enough of the enemy. Oh, it's going way up there. Wait, what? Why? Why is that part of its patrol pattern? I guess we'll deal with it. This one's slightly different. The last abductor virgin that we fought had a had like a wheel, a serrated wheel. These ones have these like hooked guillotine blades, sort of. Did not mean to do that. And I believe these are immune to most statuses. Yeah, when they start doing this, run. When they start spinning around like crazy, yeah, just run away. I've died to this particular abductor virgin once or twice, and this was even in base game, because you're wandering around this open space, right? And all you see are these, Revenant followers. And you're like, okay, you can kind of explore and pick the mushrooms, right? Wrong. While you're doing that, the abductor virgin will come in from behind and kill you. Or they will run a blade through you, and it's game over. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, Super Mario Brothers Wonder, Nintendo Switch 2 edition and Meetup in Bella Bell Park is $79.99 in the US. Yeah. I'm more or less just kind of focused on doing my own thing for a little while. I'm not even really worried about too many things that Nintendo is doing. Nice. So far, so good. Is there any more? I think there are definitely more further ahead. Just gotta pay attention and keep my eyeballs on them. They like to they like to move around, or they like to be hidden really easily. How far out are these gonna go? Okay. Mr. Jason says, you remember those abductor virgin things from Suremu's stream? Yeah. You think there are two patrolling in this specific city, but you cannot remember the name of the place? Specific city? The only thing I could think of is like the settlement around Mount Gelmir. But there is an abductor virgin in here at the bottom. There's like a bunch of water wheels. Mr. Jason says, yeah, there's a city which has a church. Yeah, that sounds like Mount Gelmir. Right around Volcano Manor, there are some abductor virgins that wander around. Yeah, it has lava. Yep, that's Mount Gelmir. That is Mount Gelmir, 110%. As soon as you said lava, I'm like, I'm 100% sure. Yeah, Mount Gelmir is a brutal location. Oh my god. Super brutal. I can't wait to show you that. You guys thought that, like, Stormvale Castle was bad? Wait until you see the inside of the volcano, where literally some areas are submerged in lava, and you have no choice but to walk through it. No shield, you know, no resistance, nothing. You just have to walk through it. Absolutely incredible stuff. This Reforged makes some changes, so you're not doing that as much. But there are still some spots where you can get ambushed pretty easily. Yeah, also the ambushes like really ramp up. They ramp up like crazy. Mr. Jason says, "How long until we ascend that mountain, good sir?" Oh, not for a while, because we got to go through. So this is Liurnia, right? Huge place. We have not yet even seen this northern section of Liurnia. We have not gone to the academy yet, not properly. We've been to places that are next to it, but not places that are inside of it. So not for a while. Then we have the entirety of Altus Plateau to get through. We also have the Caelid, the Scarlet Wilds, which include Caelid, Aeonia, and Dragon Barrow. We have all that over there. I have to stop talking about that because we've been spotted. You gonna move around, or you gonna actually, okay. Mr. Jason says, "Where is that volcano on the map, good sir?" I'm not sure. I can't show it to you right now because combat. But I'm not sure I could show it to you in the map's current form either. I would have to pull out a regular old map online, which I could do. I don't have a problem doing that. Just I would have to take a second and do that. Okay, go in through here. I thought I heard something get on a horse, but I could be wrong. Wow, there are literally so many of them right on this hill. What the heck? I'm getting blocked by a bloody rock. Hold on. Mr. Jason says, "Did you say that it's called Mount Gelmir, good sir?" Yes, I did. And the place in Mount Gelmir is called Volcano Manor. Can do something like this, or I knock out 2 or even 3 of them from cover. Yeah, Blood Boon's amazing. There's a good reason we pick up Blood Boon early. Okay. So if I had to show you on the map I have right now, Mount Gelmir is above Liurnia. It's like over here somewhere. We'll just hide everything. So this area here where my cursor is, right about here, this like kind of like rough diamond shape, which goes through like the canal, and you see this like poison swamp lake area. All of that is Mount Gelmir. That is Mount Gelmir. Volcano Manor are these buildings here. Liurnia is directly underneath it. This is... Let me see if I can't, like, fit it in. So, if this is Mount Gelmir, this is, like, the upper half of Liurnia. The Academy is where my cursor is. Not too far, but here's the thing. Here's the kicker. I'll zoom out this map. Huge. Before we get to, and this isn't, trying to figure out the best way I could display these. So this is Liurnia. This is the entirety of it right here. We have to complete this. Then, before we can even think about going to Alta's Plateau, before we even think about that, we have to come here first. We have to go over here to Caelid, where Redmane Castle is. Redmane Castle has another shard bearer in it. Mr. Jason can see the Erd Tree? Yes, this is the Erd Tree that we saw when we were at the top of the Academy earlier, where we got Terra Magica and I showed you guys that really awesome view. Yes. For reference, the Academy is here. This is kind of where that view was, and that is where the Erd Tree is. We got a lot of game left to go before we even think about seeing Mount Gelmir. We got a huge, tremendous chunk of game left to go. But Volcano Manor is cool. I promise. It'll just be, I would say, you know, provided I don't miss streams, provided we stay on target, I don't, like, deviate for 20 minutes about some subject or something else, or something of that manner. I would say in a couple of, probably like 3 months, I'll be generous, and that is to say, that is to say, that's going to take a long time because we have a lot of content to cover. Mr. Jason says, you find it really impressive that this current gameplay is just practicing? Yeah, because it's still structured like a normal stream. When we get ready to do a real run, I'll be going much faster. You know, instead of seeing dialogue, I'm going to be mashing through it. You know, I'm going to make a choice quickly. People aren't going to understand why I'm making the choice that I'm making. People aren't going to be able to get that. The routing here is my attempt to placate both crowds at once, where we see as much of the game as possible, you know, while I also figure out the routing, stuff like that. Because once the real run starts, things are going to go faster by virtue of me not explaining what I'm doing. I'm just going to start doing it. Oh, frick. We have our good friend Iodex Gunder. He's here. Hold on. Dude. Oh, he cast Golden Vow. Of course he would. Hold on. I did not mean to drink that. There. That only cost me 1 flask, roughly. Mr. Jason says, of course Mr. Jason is in the coin can do anything and you'll enjoy it crowd. Of course. It's the... You know, I realize that most challenge runners start with any percent, and the reason they do that is because it's more entertaining, quite frankly. because you're going as fast as you can while still adhering to the conditions of not getting hit. That's the point. There is a reason why the DLC and the main game are broken up from each other, because that's too much content. I'm trying to jam-pack it all in. I'm not sure how well that's going to work, but I am at least going to try. On top of also making it modded and doing something distinct with it, I'm trying to fill a bunch of checkboxes with the game. And these are checkboxes I want to fill. It's not like I'm not wanting to fill them or anything. Just, I'm trying to be novel and different. And sometimes that means making lots of mistakes. Mr. Jason says, I see that you are touching grass. Grace. Quite a lot, good sir. That I am. We have to touch it a lot. Quite a lot. Oh, okay, it's right there. Cool. And before we do anything with that, wait, is that a... Hold on, I need to see this. We gotta get a close-up look. A sneak peek. That's a carbon copy of Patches, everybody. It's a fate... Oh, hold on. No, it's not. Hold on. No. It looks like Patches, but if you zoom in close, you can tell. Patches doesn't have facial hair. Patches is a perfectly clean-shaven man. This dude's got scruff. He's got super scruff. Let me try to get it from the side here. Mr. Jason says, will we be seeing Mr. Jason in the future, good sir? We will see him precisely 2 more times in our routing, or in the route in general. One time will be to turn in the key. Although there is dialogue, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. There is dialogue for if we have the key, but we don't have a second key. We need to see that. But, so we get 3 times. But normally, you see him a total of 4 times. Once to get the information, once if you're gonna buy spells from him, or just to, like, pay the donation. 1 time to turn in the key to him, and the last time you see him, he dies. A new face, are you? Have you too been seduced by the good lady alcohol? Perhaps you've heard of Dream Brew, the nectar of the demigods, once forbidden to we mortals. My last batch is missing a very special ingredient. If you were to help me gather it, I'd gladly share some with you. What do you say? Sure. Wonderful. Music to my ears. Here, a toast to our camaraderie, my compeer. Heavenly Brew Talisman. I must profess, the study of alcohol is but another form of worship. Oh, Saint Trina, my last batch is lacking her blessing, I'm afraid. Go ahead and find her gentle starlight, a piece of her fate. It has been scarce since that warmonger halted the stars. If any is left, it must be hidden away in quite a special place. This purple mist should tell you, well, it should say, but lots of people don't know. Yeah, this is soporific. These are soporific clouds. Saint Trina is the goddess of sleep, charms. Well, not exactly charm, but more like, sleep, dreams, alcohol, that sort of thing. And it's said to be the alternate aspect of Mikola before he cast it off and did his own thing, more or less. So let's read our lovely find. Well, ought to be right here. A talisman to... Oh my god, look at that. Rico. Oh, that's the dude's name. Cool. You can see the face. I'm sorry, that's not clear. That's not really big enough zoom for you guys to be able to see that. I think. Let me see if I can't set a filter for it. Oh, these are just a bunch of masks. Yeah, there you can tell like there's a beard there, and there's got like the purple haze and everything. Let's read. A talisman depicting the reclusive monk Rico as he enjoys a delectable drink. Massively increases Flask of Tears effectiveness on successive use, and also causes minor sleep buildup. Though the world may be at a precipice, there's no reason not to enjoy the remaining pleasures as best one can. That was the lesson conveyed to the craftsman who fashioned this talisman. Yeah, you're rewarded for wasting FP or Crimson Flasks. You're rewarded for wasting those, which is what that all is. Neat. So there's that split done. With no death, which I'm always grateful for. There's one more thing we gotta do, and that's down there somewhere.
My senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content.
Sorry about that. Was just looking at something. Thank you so much for hanging out with me so far. I greatly appreciate it. Go ahead and unpause this so it doesn't glitch out like crazy. We do take commercial breaks around here in about 3.5 minutes from now. There will be a timer just to the left of my webcam. It'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I'll be playing some ads. I'll be getting up and taking a stretch. I highly, highly encourage you guys to do the same thing. Get up, stretch for yourselves, that sort of thing. It'll make the time pass by faster. You don't have to look at those annoying ads. And we can all, come back feeling refreshed. But do spend that time whatever way you wish. I'm no one's boss. When that timer reads, when that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, which the countdown for will start happening in 3 minutes or so, I will have returned to my desk. And we can pick right back up where we left off. Promise. I know my breaks have kind of been long today, but my intention is to definitely not spend more than 3 this time. I would like to not do that, if I can at all help it. We're going to drink up here, and hopefully surprise the enemy like that. Nice. They can't even see me. How about that? You can't see me. You don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna get us out of Glintstone Hell as soon as I can. Sorry, wanting to make sure I don't, blind you guys with, the Glintstone deposits. They blind me too. Trust me, I don't like them. I wish they were dulled a little bit. But that's the Reeling Shack, everybody. Let's, I'm trying to think of where I would want to, like, take this. Maybe, like, over here? That might be good. But before that, though, we should, like, turn in... Or not turn in, but we should, like... do some stuff. We should level up, sell off resources, break down items, that kind of thing. In fact, I'll go ahead and break those items down right now. Just get all this done, and then we can go back and do fun things when all of this is done and dusted, I suppose. Oh, we'll have to finish when we come back. See you guys then. sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's check in on our chats. Go from there. Thank you very much, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, around this time yesterday, Mr. Coin, your talking flower said, "Night, let's talk lots tomorrow." And Mr. Jason was like, how about no thank you? Yes, the Furby very much likes talking to you, but you do not like talking to the Furby. In this case, the plastic plant. No one liked talking to Chucky. I promise you, no one likes talking to the talking flower. But let me make some more of these, like 50 of them. And that should be... That's enough raisins. We probably don't need more than that. We're probably good for... not the long haul, but like at least the medium haul. Also, I have to go and farm more crackling substance. Like, that's got to be a thing that happens. Yay. Okay, so I don't think... Also, I need to tilt the screen a little bit like this. There we go. Perfect.
Well, I took you've no matter. It's lay out your arms.
We've one lost ash. Yeah, we've bought out all the lost ashes, did we not? Mr. Jason says, this is an ongoing joke now, good sir. Mr. Jason will constantly get annoyed by his talking flowers and tell you and other wonderful streamer friends of Mr. Jason all about the random things that it has said. Then I hope it never runs out of unique things to say, because if it does, I think that'll be where the real insanity begins. Personally. The enkindling, got the regular ones. Yeah, I guess before I like finish doing what I'm doing, I think our pal EG has 5 more of these ashes, like lost ashes left.
Greetings, my fellow. How can I help?
Oh, we haven't even talked to you about Nocron or Blythe yet. We should do that after we have bought the last ones of these. There's also something else I want to buy, but that can happen in a minute. First, dialogue.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella. Well, it has a twin, known as Nocron, the other eternal city. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nocron by going underground through the well in the mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nocron up above, only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I'm afraid this has him quite stumped. To be honest, I'm not sure where to go from here.
Mr. Jason says, you think it's already run out of unique things, good sir? You were watching an unboxing video on YouTube and the person set it up and pressed the button a few times and it already repeated something. In fairness, you know, repeats happening early on in a string of actions is not unheard of. That's chaos theory. It's not like video game dialogue where, you know, it's set up for you to find everything until you get to repeats, like with Elden Ring or, you know, other games where everything is nice and ordered. You're pressing something and it's pulling out of a, you know, the computer internally in there is pulling out of like, it's using some method to determine a random thing to tell you. Sometimes that method happens to press upon the same key. If you randomize the piano keys, there are bound to be a few early repeats. I'm sure there's like someone's done the due diligence of actually mapping out all the things it says, or is working on a project to do that, because of course people will do stuff like that. It's just kind of how it goes. Is that a rune? That's a rune piece. I can't believe I missed that. Mr. Jason says, if you drop a piano into a mine shaft, you might get a flat minor, good sir. That's funny. A flat minor. And if you give him a pickaxe, I hear he becomes a sharp miner.
Sure, Jan.
I'll take the sure, Jan, for that. Okay, tell me about Blythe, Mr. E.G. Tell me about our fun, furry friend there.
Blythe is Lady Rani's stepbrother. Rani's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well. When Lady Rani renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals. But none of us will ever forget our earliest days together. Promise to look after Blythe for me, will you? The man is honest to a fault. But fortunately, now he has you.
Sure, I'll look after our furry friend. I think the internet would hate me if I didn't help him reach his natural conclusion in this plot cycle.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella? Well, it has a twin. After years of going underground, Blythe's
Ah, okay, it's all the same stuff. Mr. Jason says, have you seen the funny meme about Shuckle from Pokemon, sir, good sir? Oh, don't scruckle with my Shuckle? That kind of thing? Yeah, I think so. Or the Shuckle just wants to find some path in life to follow. And, you know, a bunch of Diglett beat him up over and over. I've seen the sketches. In certain circles that I was a part of, it was a pretty regularly recycled meme. Why? Just curious, or did some development happen with the meme? Did it, you know, as the trainers say, did it evolve to something else? Or Mr. Jason says, or an Aylin's way of saying it, don't fuckle with Shuckle. Yeah, don't fuckle with my Shuckle. Easy. You said it first. I'm just repeating the words. I'm just repeating the words. Mr. Jason says, nah, just random, good sir. I hear you. I hear you on that. I wish I had a Rolodex of things I could pull out and talk about. I mean, I do sometimes, but... well... some of the things I want to pull out are things that I should quite frankly leave buried. Let's leave. Pop all of our stored runes, all 34,000 of them. Something else for me? Yes, the Spellsmith's etching tool. Just in case. I don't think I need this, but I'm gonna get it anyway. So the Spellsmith's etching tool, what it lets you do is it lets you turn a 1-slot spell or a generator into a skill. We have to go over to Hugh to learn more. Very well, Mr. Jason, take your time. Take your time. In the meantime, we'll just kind of be... we'll kind of go over the new material.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arm.
You're supposed to get a tutorial about this. Lump of metal etched with sigils, humming with a faded enchantment. Grants a blacksmith the ability to create mystic ashes from spells, which may be equipped onto catalysts as ashes of war. Only spells costing 1 attunement slot or less may be turned into mystic ashes, and I believe you need 5 of them.
Already, no matter.
You need 5 lost ashes to turn a spell into a mystic ash. So for example, if I wanted to have access to Frenzied Burst, without having it on my hotbar, this is how we would get that. There's a problem with this, though, and the reason why I can't rely on it, even though ideally I probably should, and that reason is you can't enkindle these. So because you can't enkindle Mystic Ashes, because you're essentially copying a spell as an Ash of War, and I'm willing to bet there's a limitation on this, and it's probably like way too tedious to code for, to say the least. We actively lose stats when we do this. But if this were a more casual playthrough, I would absolutely put like urgent heal or something on my skill bar, so I always, or on my slotted into my weapon, so I always have it. Even if I don't prepare it, I always have the spell available. Or like Cure Poison's another very good one. Or maybe like or like Poison Mist. Something to that effect. Or you could put like you could put some sorceries on this as a Mystic Ash. Like, I think Starlight's one of them, and Starlight has a passive buff. It frees up your slot from torches and so on. It's a good spell. It's a good spell, and it's one I would recommend putting on the hotbar, but, you know, as a Ash of War. But we're not going to do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to unslot these for a second and undo these enhancements. So I can see what they are again. Max equip load, bigger mind endurance. Yes, this I always want. So this was the mundane one. So got that mundane, enduring, and enchanted. I want at least a 2-star enchanted barricade. So I'll take 6 of these and enkindle them. And get nothing for my trouble. Yeah, 3-star ones are rare. That's unfortunate. Oh well, at least we get some runes for our trouble. Not nearly enough, but like it's something. So we'll put the mundane one here. This one gets the enduring one, and this one gets the magic one. Easy as pie. Then we'll sell the rest of our goods and move forward. Mr. Jason says, you're back, good sir. When you order Chinese and how you order it, there's always leftovers for the next day. Yeah, so you don't have to gear up and lather up for dinner or what have you. Yeah, I could totally get that. Ordering leftovers is smart. Mr. Jason says you really like crispy seaweed. I can see why. I also enjoy a good seaweed chip. Ooh, what I could do. I'm curious to I'm curious to see if I could slot that, then I can. Oh right, it's full of passive effects though. That's kind of a problem. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you. I hope nothing has affected your ability to exist in this world. And I hope you are well in both body and mind. You know, I hope that you're hale and hearty, and that you enjoy your stay. Yeah, crispy seaweed is good. You've come in at a good time where I'm doing a little bit of experimentation with the enkindling system in Elden Ring Reforged. There's an enkindling system for Ash of War, where these skills, which is what Ash of War is, come with little modifiers on top of them that boost stats or other sorts of things. And I'm trying to figure out if I can make a replacement with, instead of using a crystal sword, I could use the Sword of Night and Flame, which would be a lot better. A lot better for the build, because then I could use status moves more effectively. Mr. Jason says, you know that the good sir, Mr. Rasby, has just joined you. But Mr. Jason is probably going to go because you're starting to get a headache, good sir. No worries, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today for as long as you were able to. It was good seeing you. And thank you again for directing Bumblebubs and her raiders this way. I really, really appreciate that. I do hope you rest well, my lovely senator and inductee, and I hope I see you again sooner rather than later, Mr. Jason. But if I don't get the chance to see you again, or, see your text again, then I hope you stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Rasby says Mr. Rasby has witnessed this exchange of communication. Very well. I'm just gonna get rid of some stuff, which is more or less what I'm doing. I'm cleaning up inventory so that we can quite possibly level up. Level up and do other things. And I think we're good to go there. So can I enkindle, or not enkindle, can I swap? What can I swap? It has to be one of the 3-star ones? Oh yeah, then we just swap these over. And we do it like that. The question is, do we actually get all the stats on top? Mr. Resby says you upped the coffee stuff. I saw that, good sir. I really appreciate that, for the record. You really did not have to do that. I'll think of a way to pay you back for that. Promise. I feel like I owe you for that. I don't know what that's gonna look like yet, but I feel like I should have a bonus for folks that up the coffee. I wanted to say something when you came by the last time, Mr. Rasby, but I think my headspace was just in a different place at that time, and I thought maybe I shouldn't say anything about it. It's like multiple headspaces, but in all sincereness, thank you for that. Mr. Jason says, but before you go, good sir, by all means, Mr. Jason, I await your words with bated breath, good sir. We're going to look at this beautiful sword. Look at that filigree work. I love this sword. When I was first doing a challenge run in Reforged, I wanted to use this sword so bad, but then I realized I needed the FP a lot more. I needed the FP boost a lot more in general than I needed the ability to drain status. This is an excellent boss weapon, though. Mr. Rasby says, oh, no need. You decided to put a bit more funds where it makes more of a difference. I appreciate that. And trust me, it will make a difference. Mr. Jason says you forgot what you were going to say, good sir. Very well, Mr. Jason. I won't keep you then. If you remember, then by all means, feel free to DM me. You know how all the business exchange rules work, good sir. Go get your rest. You've earned it. I can handle myself. Promise. But how are things in Romania? I trust Romania has been relatively quiet. I don't hear much news about them. or about the country. That doesn't mean stuff isn't happening. It just means it's not in my feed. I would say how things are going here, but I don't think anyone even has to wonder about that. That's always in the news feed, and I don't like a second of it. God, how I wish I could leave is about all I want to say. So I'm hoping there are some good tidings in Romania, or other places, to, you know, make myself feel at least a little bit better about what's going on in the world. And for the record, I guess this is like an aside. This has nothing to do with the inquiry or anything, but I want people to try to remember that although the negative news is out there, you know, the negative news is just what's on the news cycles. If you know where to look, you can find positive things to talk about. You can always look at the sciences. I think science news is incredibly underrated, for the express reason of I've gotten what I wanted, by the way, which is why I'm going over here. I'll be right here. And even science news in the US is still news. I encourage people to look at the sciences and maths. Because those, like, even though we're in a time where war is happening everywhere, it is also a time where, you know, quantum computing is still a thing that is constantly being studied. You know, agentic, non-generative AI is still very much being worked on. And it's making excellent strides in science and math. I think there are good things to look forward to, even in a sea of all this bad. So please, even though the bad news is out there, try to find something to lock your mind in, maybe even almost distracted, I would say. Almost. Not quite. It's not the right word, but it's the closest thing I have to describe what I think people should do regarding the news of the world. Mr. Resby says, well, it's all right here. You've been doing your everyday life with job and stuff. Good. Good, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad it's been going smoothly for you. Or at least not, you know, like the ups and downs kind of sum out to be zero, right? That's kind of the whole point. I know life is never really smooth. It's always bumpy, but I hope you get where I'm coming from with my sentence there. You go on to say that you donated to an association that cooks and distributes food to war areas, or in war areas, to civilians. Nice. That's awesome. Are they, since is this like a boots on the ground, like bootstraps effort, or is this does this involve like drone technology and such? Because I know here in the States, when people are advertising stuff like that, we tend to get a lot of adverts for like drone deliveries for food and that type of thing. Like that's still technology that is being worked on and perfected locally, and for like specific niche charity applications, if I remember what I'm reading correctly. Good. I'm glad that I'm coming across effectively. Mr. Jason says, this is not what you forgot. Good sir, I thought you're supposed to be resting. But, understandable. I will read. In some good news, Mr. Coyne, the UK's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is promising to launch an investigation into Rockstar Games US because they are treating their UK-based employees bad, and they seem to forget that they have to abide by UK law if they wish to operate here. So yeah, to add to the things that happened before GTA 6 meme, Keir Starmer is investigating Rockstar before GTA 6. Good. Good. I hope Rockstar learns its lesson and treats its employees according to the laws that are provided in their countries. You know, they're obeying the laws for the company, for the countries in which they are doing business. That really should be a no-brainer. What I fear is happening is that people are... I've heard... This is something that's rumored. There's no truth to it. You know, it's on the fringes of the internet. Don't treat this as the truth. It's not. But I have heard that more and more countries are starting to seriously consider nuclear weapons, like forming their own nuclear umbrella. Which, if true, nice. If true, would spell the end of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, which would be a really, really scary timeline. If true, nice. Yeah, I love nuclear Armageddon. I freaking love when nations begin to consider needing their own nuclear arsenal just to deter a bully from having conventional super weapons employed against them. I love this timeline. Insert the SpongeBob meme where he's yelling emphatically in a particular direction and says, "I effing love this and that." Yay! I don't know what to do with that. I feel like I need to be a politician myself, almost. I feel as though that's the only real answer I have to situations like this. And unfortunately for me, and at least here in the States, Mr. Jason says, "I love Mr. Coin quotes out of context." Doesn't every streamer love quotes out of context? You know, farmability, clickbait, rage bait. Everyone loves that stuff. Said no one ever. But that's how the internet is. That is how the internet is, unfortunately. Okay, I think I don't need to be wandering around as much as I was in my scout file. Mr. Jason, Coinstamp, talks about rumor of more countries getting nuclear weapons. If true, nice. I mean, I hate that it's come to that, but I don't know if the entire premise of NPT was nations with nuclear weapons aren't going to start being bullies, so no one has to invest in nuclear technology, and then all of a sudden nations are investing in nuclear weapons because multiple countries are rattling their nuclear sabers. Then I'm not surprised that the non-proliferation treaty is slowly being encroached upon by countries, not because they want to break the treaty, but out of their own survival. That part is not great. That said, I think it's time to take off the tinfoil political hat. I've put that on enough for today. Welcome back, Mr. Rasby. And probably for the better as well. You came back with the clip. Hold on. I can't exactly watch it because the stream is kind of crunchy, but I will at least verify the clip. I will definitely hear... You have gathered spoils. You have, in fact, gathered spoils. They're very nice spoils. I appreciate that, Mr. Rasby. I'll try to put that in the clip haul when I'm done with today's stream. Let me write that down, actually. Maybe it'll spur discussion somewhere. I don't know. Forgive me, I'm about to be 34 in about 3 weeks. And my memory is not what it used to be. I have to write stuff down these days. Mr. Jason says, oh my god, that was the most perfect clip. 10 out of 10. Stuff Coin says out of context. Clearly, maybe I'll make a channel for out of context clips very specifically so that people can enjoy the rage bait with a side of fries that were put into the bag by an unfortunate worker or something. I don't know. Thank you very much for the clip engagement, Mr. Rasby and everyone else. Mr. Rasby says, make the channel in context and only put out of context there. Exactly. Wait, oh, you mean... let me make sure I've parsed you correctly. Make the channel say one thing and do another, right? And that do another is only out of context stuff. I just want to make sure I haven't crossed a wire somewhere. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin rage bait content. It's fine. Everyone is doing it. The problem is everyone is doing it. Mr. Resby says, yes, don't do that, but it would be funny. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I might consider making a rage bait corner. And people hardly engage with the forum system in the channel, or in the Discord server in the first place. I hope people don't engage with the rage bait, or like, then that would be almost comically sad. Actually, that would be hilarious in how sad that is. Okay, now context for what is going to happen next, where I'm probably going to die multiple times. Oh, actually, I guess before doing that, I should. Yeah, in fact, I realized I've made a critical error and probably need to go back and change up some stuff. So we're going to do that. Because I realized that there are a couple of things I figured out that I have to do. I have to kind of go really bare bones with this next fight. I have to, like, remove fortunes. I have to do lots of stuff. Spells are adjusted. Flasks need to be adjusted. I think that's everything I need to adjust for this. The only thing left is to store runes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to store runes. Yeah, let's do that. And hopefully I won't regret not farming up 1,100 more runes somewhere along the way. But this fight is a custom boss. Mr. Resby says, but yeah, it'd be nice if you could set up so next stream you could react to the clip when you are here without you seeing it beforehand. I guess I could do that. Of course, without the natural spoiler of having said the thing. Of course. I guess I am streaming this on a computer. I could technically do that by logging into Twitch and then pulling up the clip. Let's give it a try. Okay, I got it. Holy crap, that's you. Yes. Yes, it is. This might sound weird, so we'll try to, like, I might need to modulate the volume here. It's rumored. There's no truth to it. You know, it's on the fringes of the internet. Don't treat this as the truth. It's not. But I have heard that more and more countries are starting to seriously consider nuclear weapons, like forming their own nuclear umbrella. Which, if true, nice. Yep. I made it work. Yes, nice. Exactly. Keck W. It worked. Now I gotta fix the audio. I imagine that was kind of how was the audio for that? Was that loud, quiet, so on and so forth? Mr. Jason says, or I'm sorry, let me go back. Mr. Rasby says, if you had a pebble for each coin on the screen, you would have 2 pebbles, which isn't very much, but then you could trade them for a nickel, which is what that statement actually wants to say. You would have a nickel's worth of pebbles, guaranteed. Mr. Jason says, if sex sold nuclear weapons, countries could upgrade their new tech for less. Oh, God. Oh, yes, Mr. Rasby, I have since the last time, you were here, weird that this is also the second time in which I'm like saying something about this. I have a new randomizer of sounds. I have a new soundboard thing.
Sex.
So I'll click it a few times and kind of demonstrate it. I'm gonna put some more TOS legal, but like semi-questionable things in here.
Sex.
Some of these are jump scares. Some of them are, well, interesting. Let's see what I'm gonna get here.
Sex.
And it's either gonna be someone saying, you know, the naughty forbidden word, or, you know, weird noises. Enough internet for me today. Yes, I'm not going to repeatedly spam that, but, and as the folder fills up with more noises for Firebot to pull from, there will be less repeats. But, well, it's a work in progress. Mr. Rasby says, once you turned off the game, it was good. Thank you. Thank you. I'll have to remember to do that whenever we want to view clips then. Did that make the stream crunchy? I don't think so, because I viewed it from a different computer. So that shouldn't have made the stream crunchy, but I am curious for other input. Mr. Rasby says, nope, nothing changed. Cool. Cool. And Mr. Jason says, not really, it was good for you. Awesome. So that means, that means I can view clips on the stream now. That could be a thing that happens. You know, just change some settings first. If only there was a way to flicker settings on Steel Series. I wish there was a way to do that. There's not without having to dig through a bunch of menus to do it. That's just the sucky part. What's up, Mr. Jason? What's your idea? Let me also get rid of unnecessary things. Maybe change... Give myself a little bit of everything and get rid of unnecessary items. Gotta go, unfortunately. Very well, Mr. Rasby. It was nice to see you again. Thank you for leaving the alert, good sir. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. It was nice to see you again. Do stay safe and take care of yourself out there, Mr. Rasby. Mr. Jason says, we could have a Mr. Coin reacts to your clips stream. We could do that, maybe in the context of just chatting. So it's like, oh, we chat about something, and then we can react to stuff, react to the clips while we're chatting about other things. Yeah. I could see that. I could definitely see that. That would be interesting. An interesting thing to try. Oh, actually, we don't need this, is the problem. Oh, no, we do need it because this buffs our attack power directly. This increases fire attack during the day, which includes spells. So yes, we do need this. Let me make sure it's, noon? I think that'll increase the attack. I'm not sure if it's like, oh, from morning until noon, it's this. And then from... Oh, there's an icon, I think. Let's fiddle around with this for a second, actually. And the icon should change... Yes, the icon changes now that it's nighttime. Okay. Welcome on in, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. Mr. Sizzling Seal says, "Hey, Coin, just stopping by to say hello. Gonna head out soon. How are you doing?" I am doing great, good sir. All you know, as much as I can be with the state of the world and how things are currently. Yeah, I personally am doing fine. I hope you're doing fine as well. Thank you for asking. Mr. Sizzling Seal says, "You're okay? Bit sleepy? It's 3:44 a.m. here right now." Ah, very, very early in the morning then. That's fair. That's fair. How are things in your slice of terra firma? How are things around your bit of the pond? I trust things have been relatively quiet out there on that side of the world. Relatively speaking, anyway. We gotta pass the time till morning, though. We gotta change what we're doing. Mr. Sizzling Seal says, "Life do be changing and stuff." That is true. In the days of our lives, life is a wheel. Life always spins until it doesn't. When does life stop spinning? When the readout reads death. I think it's something like that. However, you know, the days of our lives is supposed to go. I probably ad-lib some stuff, but yes, enough as existentialism. What you've come in on is a completely different form of content. I have hit my challenge running arc. We are... I wouldn't say we're challenge running yet. We're scouting for the challenge run. We're seeing how or in what places I need to work on and practice before we attempt a real run. And that means playing through the game to make that happen. This is Elden Ring Reforged. It's a overhaul mod for Elden Ring, since I'm playing this on computer, as evidenced by... You know, the fact that it's on Steam. I've got internet pages and everything like that. It's a Vanilla Plus style overhaul for Elden Ring. It changes lots of stuff, but it tries to keep a Vanilla Plus type experience, and I think it does that pretty well. And we're playing with fire spells only. We're Deathless, all content, fire spells only. It's been fun, but challenging. I've enjoyed sinking my teeth into something like this. Only made possible by people who voted for me to do it. Mr. Sizzling Seal says, "Yeah, recently you've been dreading it getting into your 30s. Everyone's saying that. I hear that on the internet all the time. And I see it on the internet. It's like, the memes are always posted about men dreading their 30s. Which I don't know if I should find alarming or just a sign of the times. Mr. Sizzling Seal says, "Glad you're enjoying your run so far." I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, the scouting's been fun. I've been enjoying all of the new changes that Reforged has, you know, been working on. That Team Reforged has been working on with their mod. I've quite enjoyed that. Mr. Sizzling Seal says it's the time. It's the pressure. Time is moving so fast. I can see that. Yeah, that does make some sense. You know, for men. Although I will say with men, here's what I try to like remind myself of, because things do move fast, and you're totally valid for feeling the pressure of that. Just remember, as men age, we accumulate and gather value. That's our mission in life. We try to gather value because I don't want to say we don't start with any, because that's what the argument online is. It's more of what we start with is human value, and if we want to be seen in society as, you know, useful, we need to do something useful with our time. It's kind of what a lot of the sociological arguments boil down to, is time. If you're 30, or if you're going to be going into your 30s, you're not dead yet. That means you're still accumulating value, good sir. If you're either working on a hustle, you're perfecting your body, if you're, you know, you're building up your nest egg, or you're finding love in life, you're accumulating value. It's most important that value means a lot to you. But even if it doesn't, you're still accumulating your value. Your best years are yet to come. I hope that alleviates some of the pressure. I realize that there's some grandeur in that, and the grandeur and the expectations are what make the pressure feel really intense, because people expect you to do a lot. But if you're being the best version of yourself that you can be, and you're doing good in the name of society at writ large, then that's all that matters. You know, then the people that attack you for having low worth or low value are just jealous, and they don't see your value. They don't see that you're continuing to get better. That kind of thing. You're accumulating value. Mr. Sizzling Seal, yeah, it's fine. I know it might just be a phase. Everything will work out in the end, right? I mean, that's the hope. You know, and you know, part of that hope and what to do with that hope is realizing you got to make it that way. You got to put in the work so that there's more than hope. But a lot of the discourse about hitting 30 is the sociological pressure. I'm right there with you. I'm going to be 34 next month, and I feel that pressure a lot. I'm sitting here streaming with my dad and his folks. Okay, I think we're good to go here. We did have a disconnection earlier. Can everyone hear me all right? For those that are here and can verify that anyway. By saying it's just a phase, and that's not... I can hear you loud and clear. Yes, sir. Thank you for that. I think it's fair to feel that it's not a phase. Because when people say, oh, it's just a phase, they'll grow out of it, you'll get over it, that's minimizing how you feel. I don't want to do that. Like, this is a very scary, intense time. And we all feel the call to rise up to the challenge, and men especially. Because again, this is about the point in life where you hope everyone already expects you to have done something with your life that is useful, not for you. They don't care about that. They care about society. They want you to be useful for them. So there's the expectation. That's a very scary expectation to deal with. I don't want to minimize that. But what I will say is, it's finding the meaning in your own value and not letting the naysayers detract from that and minimize your value because they're jealous and have none. As long as you're sure of yourself, Mr. Sizzling Seal, I think you'll be just fine. And if you ever feel like you can't deal with the pressure for whatever reason, you know, I'm in your corner. You and I have exchanged DMs before. I'm more than happy to hear you out. I can't promise how effective or successful that'll be, but my doors are open. Because I know what that's... I know a good deal of what that's like. Being in my 30s myself. I know what that feeling is like. And it's an awful feeling to face alone. It's a terrible feeling to face alone.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I was expecting an advert. Okay, that's weird. In that case, then, Mr. Sizzling Seal says, oh, well, ad time. The warning, not the actual ad yet, but gotta start up your day now. Sorry for the sad topic, and thanks. You'll see me around, you'll see me around, coin. Yes, sir, and don't worry about it. No, I'm glad you talked about it, for what that's worth, and I hope I at least put a little bit of a positive spin on what you're feeling, and maybe give you something else to, like, focus your own mind towards, like, pick a direction, that kind of thing. Thank you for stopping by, good sir. Your company was much appreciated. I'm glad to have been of service, Mr. Sizzling Seal. It was good to see you, good sir.
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
For later, I will redeem that myself and put on a hat. That's probably not going to be able to stay on the whole time. Maybe it will, though. Who knows? Hopefully, I get to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if I don't get to see you for whatever reason, then I hope... Whoopsie. For later, too. Very well, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Very well. And thank you for not choosing the word, I. But in all seriousness, please do stay safe, take care of yourself, and rest well out there. And with that, I'm going to wait for the ads. I'm going to wait for advertisements to roll out. And we're going to, then we'll fight the boss. It'll be, take care, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Take care. We do take commercial breaks around here. At the top of every hour will be a clock, a stopwatch that'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And while that stopwatch is running, it'll be located to the left of my webcam, by the way. While that stopwatch is running, I will be getting up and taking a stretch and doing other stuff, and I highly encourage you guys to do the same thing. It'll make the commercial break pass by faster for you, and more importantly, you're not bombarded with advertisements because you're not around looking at them in the first place. Feel free to spend those moments however you wish. Once the stopwatch reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned for my break. And we'll pick right back up where we left off. I might actually beat out the word before, before the stopwatch the indicator for it, like, runs out. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. I'll let you guys enjoy the stormy weather while advertisements are playing. How's that? But you guys have been a wonderful audience today. I really mean that in sincerity. I'm happy to have had the people that we've had today turn out. Subscriptions, raids, follows, all that fun stuff. It means more than words could say. Promise. Rain, rain, go away. Come back again some other day. Speaking of days and weeks, here comes the commercials. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I will spend about a minute here, because that's about what we had left for the forbidden word that is a representation of the gaps in intervals in vibrations of a specific kind of atom. We also probably had about 2 minutes and some odd seconds left for me to wear the hat, so I'll probably just wear the hat for the attempt. And call it good. That way you guys get plenty of moments with the hat. Plenty of minutes and seconds with the hat. Let's check up on chat, and then we will strap the heck in so you guys can see a turbulent and difficult battle. It did not take long for me to confirm that, by the way. It did not take long. So this is a custom enemy, the Fulminating Rune Bear. Lightning hit the bear. Why is it doing that? I'm just gonna try to ignore him for a moment. But yeah, he's not your average rune bear. I feel like I'm probably good on that minute, by the way. That's kind of a shame. Yeah, there needs to be a 3-star enchanted version, and then I can put that on this. In the meantime, though, first phase is like a typical rune bear, just with, you know, lightning in the area. Second phase, however, is when the fun really begins. And I'll let the fight, you know, explain itself. Yeah, I'll let the fight kind of explain itself. Enjoy the show, everybody. Enjoy the show. I'm sorry, that's illegal. I just got shocked by... I mean, it's my fault for being low health, but... This used to be a super boss, and now it's a lot more reasonable for the region it's in. This used to be a lot more reasonable for the region than it's in, or a lot more unreasonable for the region that it's in, but I feel like I could easily do it now. Just, you know, make sure I don't, you know, muck it up too many times. But it's a hard battle. Most of the attacks that you thought were safe openings become unsafe. Let me go reset that to morning, actually, and not put up with all that. We're gonna want that. We're gonna want the morning, I promise. it's mostly a DPS check fight. You don't want to be, like, you know, running around for resources. You don't want to get into phase 2 and then just, you know, die because it takes too long. Because you will make mistakes with the Rune Bear, guaranteed. And there's lightning that ensures you're going to get clipped by terrain hazards. Nice. Yeah, you get punished for a lot of stuff. See, it's the second opening. It's the... I don't know, sometimes the animations feel like they lock up when I'm, They feel like they lock up or I'm not allowed to cast when I normally would be able to. I can't tell if it's my controller inputs are old, or it's you know, like my controller is old and it just eats inputs. Or it's oh yeah, by the way, there's like extra like input delay with weapon catalysts or something. That's about the only thing I can think of. In all honesty. Not much more to say. It's mostly just a DPS check. You know, how competent are you at, you know, dodging inputs? Can you beat the boss quickly? Because if not, he's gonna kill you. Yep. I basically came in to die, is what happened. I just came in to die. The thing is I scouted this out, and I know I can do it. I have to not make mistakes. I don't have the room for that. To be honest, I'm quite fine if we don't make it to the Deathrite Bird, because I need to, like, program more splits into the counter anyway. Because we're just about out of them. I need to do that, along with 50 other things that I've run out of time to do. Yep. I'm sorry. That's illegal. I didn't get hit by a paw. I got hit by a direct lightning strike? Is that what happened? I got hit by a direct lightning strike and died. Let's stop popping rune arcs and just do it. Well, see, the problem is if I don't do that, I will probably die in one hit if I don't do that. Probably. Mr. Jason says, Nintendo in 2011. Here's a limited edition of The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, along with a gold Nintendo Wii remote and a soundtrack CD for all for £89.99. Nintendo in 2021. Here's The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD for £50. Also Nintendo in 2021. We also have the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD themed Joy-Con for £70. Yeah, they figured out they could milk money off of people by doing that. By instead of offering it as one package deal, they could make people buy the components separately. It's actually a pretty direct result of the process of enshittification, which is what happens when companies are incentivized. They're incentivized. Yeah, I was afraid of this. It's fine. It's fine. I'll take a hit. Oh, yeah, nope, that was a bad move. Bad move. And then they follow up with a charge attack. So there's just no safe moment to drink ever. And I get struck with random lightning. It's fine. It's fine. That was gonna happen. Yeah, I should just not use rune arcs for this. Mr. Jason says you took the batteries out of all your Nintendo Wii remotes when you moved to the Nintendo Switch, but Mr. Jason still has the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword limited edition gold Nintendo Wii remotes. Nice. Is it sitting nice and safe in a display case, good sir? Or else in its original packaging, which I'm pretty sure you keep most original packages? I feel like I should farm 900 more runes, so I'm not worrying about, carrying 1400 on me, because that is a small part of what I deal with. I feel like I should do that. Mr. Jason says, nope, good sir, but you do have one that is new and sealed. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, see, that's the problem, is you can't really snap pivot super well with O Flame. You're kind of forced. It's fine. I'm gonna have to return back anyway. In order to... See, that's... I think a couple more kills ought to do it. I need to reset the time back to daytime for the game. Mr. Jason says, and when you took the batteries out of all your Nintendo Wii remotes because you moved... Hold on. Oh, yeah, the batteries sat so long that they started to corrode. Yeah, that's something I've had to deal with controllers before. Sometimes that happens. Okay, 143. One more... Oh, never mind. Albanoric boy is gonna keep me from having to worry about that. See? That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes I'll go to guard and it's like it forgets that it's set to guard, so it stops doing that. It's weird when it does that. Yeah, the battery corrosion's the bigger reason to do that, for the record. Okay, let's teleport here. Craft the runes. I'll figure out what I gotta... Maybe I'll spend it on meat or something. Actually, yeah, that's probably what I should do, is like spend it on like stuff so I don't have any left over. Kind of go from there. Let's do that real quick. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason finds it interesting but ludicrous that the Microsoft Xbox consoles still have controllers that take the normal batteries. Why would you find that ludicrous? I'm interested in knowing more. Yeah, well, I have just enough for a bone. So we'll buy like a small bone, I guess. One of these. Thank you very much. Now let's go out and, without a care in the entire world, wipe face to the fulminating rune bear. I know I can do it. I got it in like 3 attempts the first time. Mr. Jason says, even Nintendo, the company way behind on tech, do rechargeable batteries, good sir? Ah, that would explain why. Yeah, Nintendo does that in-house. Microsoft did not do that in-house. A different company has to be, or is in charge of that, or does, like, has rechargeable batteries as like a product. This also means that the batteries, though, are non-standard a lot of the time. That feels wrong. I feel like there should be a, I feel like Microsoft, that would be something Microsoft would sell, because if I look at my, no, I'm gonna get hit by, I gotta take him out before continuing onward. Thank you. Microsoft does sell rechargeable batteries, good sir. Good. Okay, yeah. At least that's right. Now I can show this. My controller has a rechargeable, a third-party pack, and I've put that into the back, and it stays connected to USB. So this thing never runs out of charge, ever, because these are computer chargeable. I'll have to take a look. Rechargeable batteries are just the way of the future, me personally. But let's say an EMP burst happens, right? Let's say, you know, World War III happens. It's not only going to be nuclear bombs, right? They're also going to be EMP weapons as well, because a lot of infrastructure is electronic. And how do you knock that out just in totality? EMP. There's no way to insulate against that. Or there's little ways to insulate against that. Here, let me take off the... Well, no, I don't want to spam chat. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, your Sony PlayStation 5 is very fortunate, good sir. Let me guess, it comes with rechargeable battery, right? Your Sony PlayStation 5 has a 4 terabyte NVMe SSD. Ah, so in other words, it plays games in high def. Yes. Or no, not plays games well. It has a lot of internal memory. That's right. Yep. Yeah, so it does just fine on storage. That's a lot of storage. I don't know what... I could make a joke, but I won't, because it's dark. It's really dark. Yeah, there's more... That's more storage than, like, maybe perhaps all of the film in the entire world. Mr. Jason says he bought a 4 terabyte external drive mostly for Grand Theft Auto 6. Ah, the company that is being investigated, or the game for which the company is being investigated before it comes out. Impressive. I'm gonna lock back in though. Feel free to keep chatting if you so desire, Mr. Jason. I'm just gonna... I would like to get past this particular split sometime today. Does that split counter say 5 or 6? It says 5. I think we've died 6 times. Just in case. Mr. Jason says, your Nintendo Switch 2 also has a 1 terabyte micro SDXC express card. Yeah, you mentioned that much earlier. Yeah, lots of storage. Lots of storage. Great for playing lots of games, especially as the Switch 2 games start having or taking up more space. Expect that to be a thing. Understood. Alright, it's boss time. Gotcha. damn bear. Thank you for the GG. Mr. Jason says that if it ever turns out that those 2 storage devices are not enough and you need to upgrade in the future, you could do it for less at sex. Oh, is this gonna become a Rolodex of random memes? It might. Yeah, and our reward for this was, well, a rune piece more than anything, but a unique Reforged charm called the Thunderous Beast charm. It essentially lets you increase your running speed. That can be a thing that if you need it to be, of course. Perhaps more importantly, though, when you conclude an attack after you've charged up, after you've charged for a few seconds, you'll do like an AoE lightning blast as well, which is cool. That's cool. Not really my cup of tea. Not really something you expect to do for this kind of run. It would be illegal, actually, but, well, the tech is at least there. Yeah, I can prepare. Actually, no, I can't prepare normal spells. I have to like prepare like semi-normal spells. I am going to, however, try a couple of these, and maybe I should keep the Fortune of the Wise on so I don't like risk running into problems. Yeah, probably should do that. Well, yeah, let's do that. And we're gonna make our way toward that boss. In fact, let me do that as well. Oh, and I probably need to change up the flasks, otherwise we're definitely dying in the next split. Let's change these. We want our normal distribution. Perfect. Oh, well, okay, actually, now that I'm thinking on it, we probably want the axe for this, because we have to fight this boss at night. So if we're fighting it at night, then the Sword of Night in Flame doesn't work, because it's boosting magic damage. Mr. Jason says, if you did ever visit the UK and you were confident enough to meet up, you would meet up with me and Miss Carly, and you would show us around the sex stores and the hardworking sex workers. Kappa. Right. I'm sure they do work hard. It's just I don't think we would stay long, is what that would ultimately be. I don't think we would stay very long. Nice! I love getting struck with lightning blast. Great. Fantastic. Love that for me. Can I get just like a random lightning strike as a custom spell? Reforged? Is that Team Reforged? Is that something we can make happen? Just like a huge random called lightning strike that doesn't have some costly animation attached to it, like most lightning spells have. Mr. Jason says, absolutely, we wouldn't stay long. We might die from the body odor fragrance. Yeah, I get the feeling we would not last very long in those kinds of conditions. But that's just me personally. If we want to know what the heck I'm doing, I am attempting to climb up for rune pieces, because of course I am. I don't see any. Okay, we're good. We're good here. And we're... Oh, I should have paid more attention to a jump like that. Mr. Jason says sex shops have a lot of a category of people called the Great Unwashed. The unwashed masses, as it were. Look, it really can't be that hard to just shower. Like, I hate that we're back on this subject again, but it's like, look, I'm a heavy set, fat individual myself, and I know to shower. I know to put on a tie and a suit of clothing. I deodorize. I put on cologne. It can't be that hard to have basic hygiene. It can't. It's something that it's really hard to put into words exactly how frighteningly common, eau de body odor of death is at LGS's, GameStops, EB Games, and like other stuff. I could not tell you how, just how unfortunately common that all is. It stinks. I worry for my sibling and other IRL friends I have that go out to local game stores and someone hasn't showered, someone hasn't wiped their butt. That's something else, by the way, that is surprisingly common in these institutions, is people failing to wipe cheek after they're done in the restroom. Like, come on. It's not hard to just fully wipe. Bring baby wipes if you have to. There are two odors I don't want to smell. One is unwashed, yeasty odor de body crack. I don't care for it. No, gross. The other thing I don't want to hear about is ode to ass. Sorry, I do not want to smell someone else's insides that have made their way outside. Note that this is different from the smell of an actual, like, corpse. That has a whole different smell to it. I have had the misfortune of sampling that smell one time, and that was of a simulated exhibit in like my forensic biology class. No, actually we were told about that smell. It's gross. It's gross. I'm not gonna even describe that smell. There's nothing like the stench of death. But the unwashed, just sulfuric smell of like dried offal is runner up. It's runner up. It's if cholera and had a smell, that's what it would be. Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Quig, what about the smell of old people? That's mostly just, baby powder mixed with, like, some other stuff. Mostly. And it's, like, mixed in an unflattering way. I've smelled that before. I visited a nursing home for a short stint in my life. I had a grandma who was there. I visited her there a lot, and that smell was there. You learn to get over it. That's fine. It's just kind of how things are. There's a difference between that, which the elderly and the geriatric do not control that. They don't control that. People not showering and failing to wipe cheek properly is a whole different beast. Someone was too lazy, or in rare instances of bodily injury, someone couldn't help themselves. If someone can't help it, okay, fine. But I promise you that is not the majority of the time. But the majority of the time, people can help it. People should help it. People should not be smelling like the garbage and the sewer had a child in unholy matrimony. Sorry, I could go on and on about this topic. I get fervently upset when people do not practice good hygiene and go to a local game store. I hate that. Mr. Jason says some people that used to work at a game store was telling stories of a customer that never washed, and then when they saw this person come in, they quickly went into the back room to avoid having to deal with that customer. Yeah, woe betide the individual that has to deal with, I don't want to say ode to gamer because ode to gamer is wrong, but like, oh, you know, ode to lazy people that do not wash or wipe. Awful, awful stuff. You want to know another place where you could smell that for free? Walmart. At about 4 o'clock in the morning or at about 11 o'clock at night. You will find people like that. People that, I did not mean to set it to noon. Folks that do not wipe when they get off the scooter. Or folks that just think we're going into a Walmart. Who cares if the clerk or the Walmart employee has to smell me? I don't care. They're used to the dregs of society. They can handle another smelly person. Surely. The Walmart greeter, the Walmart employee, nearly about to faint from the stench of a 55th person who did not deodorize before walking into the Walmart. That is a cursed hell. That is a cursed hell, and I wish for no one to experience it. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, this boss is, well, it's like a death bird, but there's more. There's a lot more. I'm going to let this kind of speak for itself here. And, Mr. Jason says you were reading Reddit of staff members following people around in some American stores trying to upsell. Sure, this sounds like there's more to the story than that. I'll wait. So the idea behind this boss is get on your horse. Oh yeah, speaking of which, that does kind of remind me that I should outfit properly. And make sure I've got rowa raisins for this part. Oh no, that was it. Ah, okay, that was the whole thing. Very well. Yeah, it's... I promise you, the staff member is not following because they want to. People on commission. Staff are usually following to get a customer to buy and get them quickly, or the management has done some internal profiling of specific customers. There are more exchanges of this in Reddit. Mainly among black and brown people, you know, like the African American or African communities in the nations of the world, where they get profiled for, you know, being thieves, or, you know, bringing down the value of the store while they're there, and so the staff will follow, or told to follow, and you know, ask them to help. Ask them to get help so that they're not loitering. They're told to do that in a very nice, indirect manner. It's really stinky. That's like the discreet, subtle racism that still has not gone away quite yet, and probably won't while the world is at war with itself. Well, the nighttime is ticking down. So let's get into this boss fight. I'll see you guys on the other side of this. Hopefully this won't take too long. I can answer that when it is less busy. It's more like it's easier for me to be on the horse. More than anything. I mucked it up. I mucked it up. That was supposed to be clean, deathless. Mucked it right up because I stood in the flame patch instead of getting ready to... That was just stupidity. Right there. Now let me go back and actually answer your statements, like in more sincerity, earnestness. Mr. Jason asks, is that boss one that is too fast for you if you're not on your horse? No. I've seen people fight it on foot. Let me go ahead and do this for a second. It's more of the... If you notice the attack where it spreads its wings out, like it'll screech, and then a bunch of like projectiles spawn out, the ones that murdered me. And let me also make sure this is set to like the beginning of nighttime here. They curve around corners. They move way faster. You actually straight up can't dodge them except by running. And even then, they can curve faster than you can run. So the whole thing is, you know, actually I could probably get away with just this loadout because of the fortunes I'm using. So it's very much the... It's much easier if you're not rolling every 20 seconds or every 10 seconds to get an attack off. It's also way easier to fight on Torrent using a weapon catalyst specifically because the weapon catalyst, you only have to press the left bumper to cast a spell. Whereas if I'm on the ground, I gotta guard and then I gotta press the button. I effectively have normal casting while I'm on my horse. And Frenzied Burst is a spell that Torrent will still move while you're casting, which is really nice. Mr. Jason says, Deathbird round 2. This is Death Right Bird round 1, but I get what you were going for. And along that same line of... statements, it would have technically been Deathbird round 3, because you fight one in Limgrave and then you fight another one in the Weeping Peninsula. But I get what you were going for. Definitely a rough encounter. You know, even on horseback, still a rough time. Time to try again. I think I have just enough time to try again, actually. So, you know, LFG. Let's do this. I hope I answered the question for what that's worth. Mr. Jason says, fair enough, you might have missed round 2. Perchance. It's more like this is a different enemy, and less of the, you missed round 2.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feed... Oh... Okay. Why is it thinking that it's... That advert should not have gone off right there. I'm curious as to why it did that. I'll have to figure that out later. Mr. Jason says, you're impressed with the attack that it could go through walls. Yeah, it's a patch of flame, so it's less that it's going through the wall and more that it's going over the wall, more than anything. You know what? Given that the shill ad, like, oh, see that that's disabled. Yeah, given what I just saw, I'm gonna disable some things. Okay, and I need to adjust this back to 3 p.m. Okay, yep. Got that figured out. Alright, let's hope I don't die because of where I just paused.
Mr. Jason says, so does this thing with the face only a mother could love only come out at night? Yes, actually. These are the Deathrite Bird, or the Death Birds, along with the Knights Cavalry, very specifically only come out at night. Yes, you're absolutely correct. It's kind of cool that they're nighttime bosses, because before, you just had bosses in FromSoft games. You just had bosses. They were just simply there. It's kind of cool that you can skip some if you don't come out at night. The Bell-Bearing Hunter is another example of a nighttime boss. I think that's cool. I'm okay with this. And the Deathrite Bird is like a stronger version of the Death Bird that we fought and defeated earlier. I'm fine with that. It's the, just let me use my horse and it'll be fine. That's what I want to make sure happens. And thank you for the GGs, Mr. Jason. Speaking of GGs, I think we can call it a GG for the day, everybody. I don't know about you, but we got some cracked chicken, which is chicken with cream cheese and some other spices like thrown in, and the crock pot, and I'm gonna be having chips to go along with that, along with some buns. Mr. Jason says, can it keep reappearing? No asterisk. So, like, this Deathrite Bird could not appear again in the base game once you kill it. However, and this gives me a good time to show this off, Reforged has a feature. There are two features that let you see a boss again. One of them is like a random thing that will unlock later, but the other is something far simpler. Boss resurrection. If I wanted to, I could find the specific boss. I believe this would have been in, yes, Eastern Liurnia. If I wanted to, I could resurrect the Deathrite Bird and fight it again for runes or for practice. I'm glad I showed this, and I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Jason, because when we go to actually set up practice, when we get ready to do, let's say I need to do practice of X boss or X split, I don't have to make a file with that in it. Unless, I don't have to make a separate file just for that, unless the state is important. If I'm just looking to practice, let's say, dodging technique, I can resurrect the boss and do it again. Which is really cool. This thing has been around probably since, like, Reforged version 0.8. It's been around a really long time. Mr. Jason says, or like Mr. Jason with Lionels and Gleox, eventually you could just fight them for fun. People used to fight bosses for fun. That was a thing that was in the early days of Reforged, is people would summon bosses over and over again. I was one of them that did that. I would literally fight, there's a boss, there's a magma dragon that's in here that dropped 60,000 runes every time you killed it. And so how would I level up ahead of the curve? I would resurrect this specific dragon over and over and over and over and over again to kill it, to get the runes each time. It was quite good. And eventually it got set up to where the bosses don't drop nearly as many runes. Like, the first kill will give you some decent runes, but you actually have to go leveling. You have to go traveling throughout the world and kill normal enemies to level up, which I'm fine with, all things considered. But yeah, you could definitely if you liked fighting a boss, Reforged gives you the ability to resurrect them and do it again. You know, with tangible benefit, at least somewhat still tangible benefits for doing that. Mr. Jason says, but yes, thank you once again for the wonderful stream, Mr. Coin. Thank you for being here, Mr. Jason. Even well beyond the point where you should have been resting. I do appreciate your company. Yes, I have a scrumdiddlyumptious dinner waiting for me. It's one of my favorite meals we have around the house. I would very much like to go eat that. So I'm going to do that. But before I do, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. We'll be back tomorrow. And hopefully I will have some new, both some new files for the, you know, sexy noise randomizer, and more importantly, I will have like 20 or 30 more boss splits, or segments for you guys to like deal with, and we won't have to make notes and do stuff on the fly again. That really like that really sucked ass long and hard. Mr. Jason says you took a headache tablet earlier and you're okay again? Good. I'm glad to hear that. My lovely senators and inductees, my name is Coin. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless. All content, fire spells only, routing/scouting. Take your pick on whichever word you like. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves out there. Feel free to check either the description or underneath the video player on Twitch, or you know, feel free to check out the YouTube link if you're on Kick, and check out all of my links from there. All of my hallowed halls are contained in the link tree. Thank you for linking the Discord, good sir. I guess I should do that while I'm here. Oh yeah, that's just the combined chat doc straight up just isn't showing that. That's interesting. Okay. I'll have to figure out why that's not working on top of everything else. But that said, you guys know where my hallowed halls are. You're welcome amongst them anytime. You're welcome in them anytime. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And with that, goodbye.